puppy working over here?
Hello, I'm Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram, and this is fucking talking shit with Eagle, episode 562. Hopefully you guys have had a great day. I sure have. Got another great night ahead of us tonight. Rasufa. Now, hopefully I said that right.
You got it, man. You got it.
How you doing, my friend? You want to tell us how you're doing, and of course where they can find you?
You can find me mostly on the gram at underscore Rasufa, Rasufa. And I'm over on what's the other one, the Facebook thing. But, it's really just to kind of link some viewers, and I don't spend a lot of time over there, and it's kind of group oriented, and I just don't have the time for that really. So that you can't find me over there, but don't, you could maybe instant message me on Facebook at Rasufa Grows is where I'm over there. And I'll see that come up, but I don't spend a whole lot of time over on Facebook. I spend all my time on Instagram and the Dude Gross show. I'm trying to keep stopping in there. I used to be pretty regular over there. I'd stop in daily and try and help people with stuff. I'm not a master grower or anything, but I can help beginner growers all fucking day with their problems, so I would just answer questions all day, and shit got busier, and you know how social media is, and then you start following some more podcasters, and the next thing you know, your whole day is taken up with working on your grow and doing your social media and watching all your friends do their podcasts and hitting a couple lives and your own life, and it's bedtime before you know it.
Very true statement right there. And I got a ton of respect for the guys over there at the Dude Grow Show. That is, a very insightful, great community.
Yeah, they are awesome over there. Don't get me wrong. I'm not one of their employees or anything. I'm just one of the DGC, what's great about the Dude Grows is that's how that community is, man. You got a problem, you can put a picture up and say, hey, I don't know what the fuck's going on, and somebody is going to help you. And it's not all bro science. There's a lot of smart growers over at the DGC, and the guys working there, of course, are all real fucking smart guys. So you're bound to get good help if you've got some problems, for sure.
Right on. Yeah, definitely got tons of respect for them cats over there. So what'd you bring to the table to smoke on tonight, good sir?
Well, a few, if anybody, I don't know if anybody's in the live. I haven't been able to hook this up. Are we on YouTube here?
We are. There.
Is that us right there?
Probably.
Nope. Nope. No. You know what? I'm going to close that because I'll get all kinds of echoes going on. Check it out, chat. I know some of my friends are out there, but I'm not good at this yet. So I'm not going to do chat. I love you, fams. You all know who you are. I'm sure you're there. I won't be able to.
They are all saying hello.
Maybe if they got a question for me, you can lay it on me, Eagle. I haven't quite figured this out yet. So anyway, I haven't been able to, I was going to say, some of them might know, I haven't been able to smoke in the house because I'm in an apartment, and I got like a second letter already about people bitching about the smell of weed and shit like that. And whatever, man, I ain't the only one, but whatever. I got a letter twice. So these days I have to stick to stuff like this in the house because it doesn't leave a huge stink. So at the moment, right before we started up, I did a dab of some, what is this shit? It's some kind of, oh, there it is. Oh man, that is my old homie calling me. I haven't been able to get a hold of him for weeks. Orange soda, and it's like a batter. You can see I've almost wiped this sucker out. There's a lot of batters. This company right here, I don't think you guys get them. Where are you? Are you in Chicago?
I'm Michigan.
Michigan. So is that going the right way? It's not.
Yeah,
It's
it
dizzy.
is.
To me, it's backwards.
No, it's Studsy or Stuzy.
It's dizzy.
It's
It's 3 eyes. I got a sticker over it, over the bottom of it. It's that. It's dizzy. So this company is all over the West Coast out here, and they were actually had a big part in well, I don't know how big their part was, but they had their own kind of building at Emerald Cup. So the only people who had their own buildings were like Cookies and Alien Labs Connected, Seed Junkie. They had their own buildings, and Stizzy had their own like pop-up, buildings. They weren't real buildings. So those were the people that were kind of putting the money behind the whole event. I'm not sure how I feel about buying their products yet, because they are part of that monster that is the industry, which is why I can get, well, shit, let me show you. I buy this shit from them for $25, man. Actually less than $25 in their dispensary. It's fucking diamonds and sauce, man. And it's delicious for under $30 right down the fucking road. So, I mean, I can go in there and get some sun-grown flower out of that dispensary for $15 an eighth. It's just, I don't know. I feel like when I'm giving them my money, I'm kind of feeding the beast. You know what I mean? And I don't make good extracts yet. So what the fuck am I going to do? I got to go get some dabs, now that my buddy got me into dabs. I'm on the dab side now, I ain't never going back. So that's what's up with that. So I buy a lot of their shit. I like Beazle. I got some Beazle over here. They've won a lot of stuff up at the Emerald Cup. That's also a batter, I think, but it's delicious. It doesn't look delicious, but it's delicious.
It's pretty good.
When I opened these up, I was like, really? And then I dabbed it and I was like, oh yeah. So
I'm right there with you.
This is a raw garden. I like raw garden. I don't know. You guys probably get them out there. This is just a live curated resin. That looks like a good candidate for our next dab.
I don't like to feed the beast either, and I'm right there with you. That's the only time I stop in is when I'm looking for some dabbables, because that's pretty much the only thing I don't do at this point. I'll like make some bubble.
Too. I do like edibles too. And so I don't know if you looked at my page at all, but I'm trying to learn all this shit on my own. People probably think I'm rich or something because I'm always buying something new, but I just kind of, a couple family members died and I got a few $1,000s. So I spent some of it on cannabis toys and I shared some of it with the homeless, and that's all it really is. I'm not rich. I'm a poor guy living in a rich area, which is kind of why it's easy for me to do the relief giving thing that I did, because all that money is foreign to me. I had no problem giving it away to people who are really fucked up, this is what it is. But I bought like an M60 from Rosenbaum, which is a premier automatic press. I bought the Levo 2 infusion machine, which is awesome, but it's not making, I can't make an MCT oil strong enough because I can only run, let's see, what can I run in that, like 20 grams at a time. And if you want it to infuse well, you got to pack it loosely. So you can really forget about 20 grams, right? You got to pack it loose. So all the shit gets all the trikes, because if you mash it in there, you just don't get a good infusion. Either way, I don't get a high enough THC in a quarter cup of MCT oil to make a batch of gummies at any kind of level that's good for me. Because when I do gummies, I start at least 3, 30 milligrams. And throughout the day, I may even go through a whole bag, if I've had a bad day, I may come home and start with 50, but I can eat 100 milligrams like it's no big deal. I'll be high, at some point I'll be pretty high, but I won't be too high. I've the most I've eaten is like 150, and for about, I don't know, 10 minutes I was like, okay, I better not drive. But after that I was fine. So I got kind of a high tolerance to edibles. But until I learn to make my own, I got to buy those there. So I am considering the extract craft. I'm sure you all see the same ads on your Instagram scroll as I do. I don't know how many people actually scroll through. I'm a little different. That's my first move when I go to Instagram, is to scroll through and see what new shit you guys got. They don't all show me all you guys, but they do show some of you pretty regularly, and I'm following you guys. When somebody follows me, new person follows me, I'll take a minute to go through their page and check them out. And if they're another sticker maker or a logo designer or whatever, I'm not going to follow you. But if you're growing a plant or two on your page, I'll follow you. I don't give a shit if you only got one picture of a plant and you're just named Dave in fucking Nebraska. I'll fucking follow you. You don't need to be some giant dude. And and if you got fucking 50 pictures of plants, you may see me zip through your shit and like fucking half of that shit, kind of a troller that way, but whatever. I like to check all you guys out. I go through all your pages and fucking, keep liking what I like until I hit the bottom. Hey, you mind? Till I hit the bottom of the page. So sorry, he's being a pest. He's trying to get up on me. I forgot where I was going there. What were we talking about?
We were talking about you checking out other growers' Instagram.
Oh yeah. Well, no, I don't remember where we were going with that. He distracted me, a little bastard. Come on, are you good now?
No worries.
Hit the road, dude. I'm trying to take a dab over here. So
sounds like we have a mutual respect for growers. I'm much the same as well, man. As long as you're growing the plant, I'm very quoted as saying you're cool with me.
And I'll give you a follow. If you show me some fucking blocks of cocaine and some guns, you're done. I'm going to delete your follow on me, and I'm going to block you and not follow you and the whole thing. You're going to vanish from my whole. I don't want any of that tied to me, and it's not like I'm anti-gun. I got plenty of guns. I know the zombies are coming, and I'm ready for those bastards. Just kidding. But, shit, I don't need to be posting that I got. That's just my private shit. You know what I mean? I don't need to be letting people know that I got that and this weed shit going on. It's a different deal. So those people are out, chicks who want to show you their ass. Unless you got a bong in your hand, maybe. I mean, I really prefer to see pictures of plants. I love pictures of seeds. I love pictures of male plants. Little like the solo period. I fucking love that. When I see someone's got a 4x4 full of solo cups, and I know they're sifting, or what everybody likes to call a pheno hunt. It just gets me. I dig it, I'm all about it now. I never was a breeder guy, but I never considered it. I killed males just like everyone else. Until about 2 years ago, 3 years ago. So I don't know. Anyway, right about COVID, I guess that's what, 3 years. Right before COVID hit, I started growing again. I guess I should. You asked me what my grow story was, right? The first time I really started growing seriously in getting product was in the early 2000s. I was running high intensity discharge lights. I'd run HBS and metal halide. I'd switch them out at Veg and Bloom. I'd run, I had a 2 lighter in the main room over 2 4x4 ebb and flow trays with a 60-gallon reservoir on rollers underneath a table I built. It was all in an apartment. And in the closet, it was a 2x8 closet, and I had it separated in half this way, and I had the bottom separated in half right here. So on the top, there were 2x4 ebb and flow trays that ran under T5s, and they flowered with the rest of the room. So I was flowering, about, when I really pushed a lot in there, I had like 40 plants, but to really be comfortable, it was more like 9 plants to a tray and, maybe 10 in the closet, more like 30 plants. But anyway, underneath in the bottom, on one side, I had a couple mamas, and on the other side, I had the baby zone, and I had all that light sealed off, or so I thought. Of course, I look back now and I know that I didn't have I know how to light leak because there were some seeds found, they all produced great stuff. I didn't really know what was going on. Nobody told you anything back then. I got my setup. So I was doing electrical with a buddy of mine. He had dough, and he's like, "You're a big old fucking stoner, and I bet you'd be good at this shit. I got some money. Your roommate is gone. Let's do this in your spare room." We hooked up with this biker dude we knew, and he said, "Buy boom, 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 trays, pumps, lights, and we ran 240 because we had all the shit in the van, man. We popped the wire. The panel was in that room. It was so easy. We just popped it right out nailed it right to the fucking wall, and had full on garden timers switching everything. So it was all safe, and I just vented all that shit, right? I did a filter right through both lights into the attic. Done deal. There was no big deal. And that was it. That dude didn't tell me anything else. He just said, "You need some trays, you need a reservoir, you need these fittings, and blah, blah, blah." And he didn't even tell me everything. I had to figure out the rest when I got to the damn grocery store. And we all know how they were in the early 2000s. They'd be like, "All right, you say you're new at this? Well, you need fucking 10,000 things. Let me write it down for you here, and you'd be leaving with a truck full of shit you didn't even use. But, we were pretty smart. So we did okay. We got some good gear, set it up. And then I would call that biker dude for clones. That was it. He's like, "Set your room up. Call me when you need fucking clones. That's all I got for you." So my whole knowledge base came from Jorge Cervantes and the Grower's Bible. I don't know if y'all remember that first book, which is a great book. It's full of a shit ton of knowledge. I was talking to somebody else the other day. I think it was maybe 420 Green Goddess and Uncle Rick, about somebody else who had that book but was having some problems. And I had said to them, "Well, I had that book too, and I had some problems at times because that book doesn't really tell you to do less or go slow or, less is more. That book just tells you a little bit about a fucking 1,000 things, man." So after reading the Grower's Bible, you kind of think, "Oh shit, I need to do all this fucking shit they're talking about." You know what I mean? And you just beat your plants to death if you're not made to do this. We all know that grower that's not good at this. But most of us are attentive enough to learn from our plants. Lately, I have not been a good dad to my plants. I've been super busy last couple months I did that big seed giveaway, that contest on Instagram. And then I did this relief giveaway for the homeless and dealt with some sponsors through Emerald Cup, and that I met at the Emerald Cup. And there was a lot of logistics, and it took a long time for everybody's stuff to come in. In fact, let me shout out while we're here. I'd like to shout out Lost Coast Plant Therapy. If you guys aren't using that shit, give it a try. I'm not just shouting them out because they help me. It's in my IPM. It's a fantastic product. And they are some of the best people I've ever met in my life. Dirk and his family are just superior humans, man. When I reached out to all my sponsors, they jumped on board. And that cat wanted to send me $1,000 to give to the homeless. And I was like, wow, that is super generous and you're amazing, but I can't go give $20 to 50 homeless people because there'll be 49 dead homeless people out there, and one homeless dude with $1,000 in his pocket, or, that's a worst case scenario, but there would have been some robberies and somebody would have got hurt. And, so my girlfriend who, she oversees a bunch of welfare workers kind of thing. She's like, keeps the supervisors that keep the welfare workers going and out here in our county. And she said, get him socks and shit like that. You're fucking brilliant, woman, so calls fucking Lost Coast and said, hey man, those beanies you had at the fucking Emerald Cup, dude, those would be perfect for what I'm doing right now. I'll go in halves. I'll pitch in half on 50 beanies. And he's like, man, I'm going to buy them. And I don't have any in stock, but I'm going to just order blanks and we can only get them in 60. So I'm sending you 60 and I'm sending you gloves too. And I'm sending you solar blankets. So, wham, first package, huge package from him. I'd like to also, that's Lost Coast Plant Therapy. Awesome. Thank you, Dirk. And I'd also like to shout out to Bovida. We all know who Bovida is, right? So Bovida has a section of their company now called Bovida Cannabis. You can check them out, and it's not the cigar side. They're focused on us. There's a couple people involved with it, but the main guy, my guy, is named Drew Emmer. You can also find him on Instagram at Drew Emmer. And he's also at Bovida Cannabis. And he is on one of the videos on my page, that real funny guy who wants me to do the humidity pack test. I was like, this dude was just throwing those fucking bags around. I call him up. I'm like, hey man, I need some bags for this homeless thing. It's like, yeah, fucking no problem. Let me make a fucking email. Boom, boom, just like that, man. Nobody blinked an eye. I asked for 100 bags. They sent me 230. It weighed 50 pounds. They sent it from Michigan. What? Or Wisconsin, wherever they are. They're out there by you. So that package was expensive. No problem. Mona, Mike, Drew, all you guys out there. Awesome community. And the original resonator from out here in Santa Rosa, they make a CO2 extraction machine, a liquid CO2 extraction machine that's solventless. It'll trim your buds, it'll get your keef, it'll do your dry sift, and you can even run ice in it. But it's pretty fucking awesome. It's expensive and it's big. It's meant for, a large scale op, not somebody like me in my room, but the machine is impressive. And when I called him, he Venmo'd me cash and he helped me buy all the rest of the shit, except for my sister-in-law, who's fucking amazing. I love you, Karen. She sent me 50 blankets for people, which is, man, that's huge. People were like, a blanket, dude, you're giving me a blanket and socks and a hat and gloves, and they're just like, they were blown away, man. And it's an amazing thing to do. So thank you to all those people. I don't want to keep going on about it, but it was good. Sponsors were amazing. So there was that thing too, and the seed giveaway. And I'm also I'm studying for my Ganjier certification right now. So I got to take courses online, and it's kind of like school again. I take a bunch of fucking notes. Thank God they allow you to, I don't know if anybody is interested in taking the Ganjier courses, but they allow you to revisit your test if you don't do well. You have to get an 80% on each test to pass. There are 13 or 14 online courses that you have to complete, series of videos. So at the beginning of a section, they'll tell you your student objectives. There'll be like 4 or 5 things that they want you to remember because you'll be tested at the end, kind of thing, whatever. It's basically, if you take notes, you've got it. So then you have to watch however many videos they are by whoever the teacher is. And so far my teachers have been Frenchie Cannoli, rest in peace. Amazing stuff from Frenchie. Amazing stuff from Frenchie. His courses were, well, I'm not going to say they were worth $3,000, but they were worth a big chunk of that money right off the bat. Just to hear him talk about, how hash was started and who's doing it and what kind they're making, and like the history of cannabis and where it came from and how it migrated around the world and shit. Just fascinating. And I've also had Swami. We all know Swami Chaitanya from Swami Select. He's been one of my instructors so far. I was lucky enough to meet him at the Emerald Cup and get a pic real quick. And I tried to tell him he's actually going to be taking his certification around the same time I am. I'm planning to do it in April when they start up again. So I talked to his wife or Nikki. I'm not sure they're really married, his partner. She answers his messages and she told me to email him, but I was asking him if he would let me know when he was taking his test so I could do it with him, but he never got back to me. And I'm like, that's cool. You don't have to respond. I'm like, I don't want to seem like a fucking stalker or anything. It's not like I'm not going to see him fucking there anyways, because he's one of my teachers, but whatever. It'd be cool if I could do it with him, but he's one of my instructors so far. My next instructor was Mel Frank. All right, the 3 people I just named already, you know what I mean? You can imagine the level of knowledge and information that these guys are sharing. Mel, amazing, just incredible information from that guy about, basically what that fucking plant is, the anatomy of that plant. And my latest guy, what is his name? He's a doctor and he's teaching me about terps and cannabinoids. His name is Dr. Jeff Raber. Another super smart dude. None of us really know him because he's in the industry. He's only been around for 10 years, but he's like a chemist dude, right? So he's involved in state funded kind of research level shit, and now he's involved in Ganjier because he digs cannabis just like the rest of us, and so he's a kind of guy that's researching cannabinoids and terpenes. We don't just got THC and CBD. There's fucking, what did I find out the other day? So over 60 identified cannabinoids, right? And secondary cannabinoids and lesser cannabinoids and stuff out there. And there's over 1,300 terpenes in identified in cannabis. 1,300, man. Holy fuck. And that may be I would have to check that. I think it's in cannabis. It may be in all fruit, but I believe it's in cannabis. So, wow. So all those things said, I've not been super attentive to my grow, and I've been kind of just like autopiloting it and just, okay, it's been 3 days, open it up, toss X amount of fucking feed on it, zip her up, and I overwatered a couple of them, and one actually went anaerobic for a minute. It probably still is down there, but it's got some little buds on it and there's room, it's been tough because in this apartment where I'm at now, I've had to size down to two by twos and a 2x4, and they're super hard to not super hard, but it's difficult to maintain that space, environment in that space. I have to humidify the room as best I can. I don't have a big humidifier because we haven't moved yet. I don't know what size I really need. I'm not going to make that purchase. I'm just going to limp along while we're here making F1s. It is what it is, I actually went off on a tangent there. We were talking about my growing. So I was doing that ebb and flow thing. I did that for, I don't know, a few years, man, because you could still get, what was it? Depending on how good your weed was, from 25 to maybe 5 if your shit was really good, but you could definitely get 35, if you came in with some solid shit. And I was part of a co-op where, okay, so the rule when 60 was 64, no, that was way before 64. Anyway, so the rule was you could only have 8 ounces on you or something when you got your medical card in California. It was something like that, right? Well, who the fuck brings 8 ounces to the dispensary to sell? I got a couple pounds, dude. We got a backpack full, So we all did that. They did a blind eye. I'm kind of in an affluent town, even though I'm poor. People here got money, so they're very strict, and I'm surprised that the cops didn't. I mean, a dude's walking in with a full backpack and then he walks out with an empty back. What? Figure it out. But I was part of a co-op, and there was 300 people here in my town, and we were all out to sell our weed there. And in those days, if you were a patient or another member of that, you didn't have to grow weed to be a member, but you had to be a member to buy weed. So those members were allowed to come in and wait in a line. And then when you got to the counter, you were allowed to look at all the weed in little cubicles that were under the counter out of their package. You could look at what they look like and how crystally they were or whatever. And then if you wanted to smell them and feel them, the dude would hand you a jar of it, and you could, and pinch the bud, and eventually you'd be like, okay, I'll take an 1/8 of that, a 1/4 of that, and blah, 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 and there weren't like pre-rolls and gummies and all that fucking shit. He took it right out of the jar. He weighed it in a fucking bag and sent you off with your fucking Ziplocs. It was done. Times have changed. They shut that shit down. Those days are gone. I quit doing it. It became less lucrative. I wasn't stealing power. I was paying for it. And like I said, I live in an expensive area. So it was costing me roughly, it was costing me $2,500 a month to grow those 30 plants. And, you get weird runs sometimes. I remember running fucking Snowcap and going, what a fucking waste of time this shit was. What it should have been called was bottle caps, because that's all that's on these fucking stringy motherfuckers is little bottle caps everywhere, So boom, right off the bat, that ain't worth shit, it is, but there's no weight there. And at the time I was growing for yield. I didn't know what I was doing. I just wanted more buds, I got lucky with a few strains. Bubba Wreck was a Bubba Kush and a train wreck cross, was my monster. It just grew so fast and so big and stunk so bad and made everybody so stoned that I just ran it for years. I kept selling it, and they called it different shit in different areas. Like I would truck it up to Reno, and they called it puke up there because they would smoke it out of like this fucking 4-foot bong. The guys that like would buy my shit and sell it out, they called it puke to the people they sold it to. They would smoke it in this gigantic fucking bong and make themselves puke. Whatever, whatever turns you on, man. Just give me my $1,000, bro. I got some gambling to do while I'm in Reno, but So those days were okay. That shit kind of went sideways. Partners are tough. Uh, the it was cost a lot to make that flour. The man was squeezing us all down. Prices were dropping on what we could get for our pounds. So I quit. I just quit doing it and got a roommate back in there so I could afford the house. And I didn't start. Yeah, from late 2000s to, I don't know, three years ago or so. I just sort of helped people grow mostly outdoor shit, and I didn't know much about outdoor. I just tried to translate what I knew from indoor to outdoor, which was only minimal help, as any of you could imagine. It was some help, defoliating and topping and things like that, and you know, giving plants space and all that kind of thing, and light schedules and whatnot. But nutrients and just the environment and the elements, it's all different. It's just different. They act different outside. But I got better at that too, just helping people. They'd be like, hey, how do you do this? And blah, blah, blah. And I'd help them trim their shit up, keep lollipop them out, show them how to lollipop out and get fat buds on their tips and stuff. And somebody would throw me quarter here, half an ounce there, whatever, it's fine. It's fine. And then I'd buy their weed and, it's all fine. I wasn't growing. I'd always been in apartments since I've been back in the Bay Area. I was born here and I lived in South Lake Tahoe for 20 years. And then I came back here in 2000. And then shortly after that, started growing. But I did try and grow some weed in Tahoe when I remember the first time I was really amazed that somebody was growing weed for themselves and there was a pot plant in their house. Was my brother's godmother, who's basically like my mom's cousin or something like that. Somebody in the family, stoners, we went in their house and I said, what's that? There was a big plant on the front porch right out in the street, My mom said, that's a pot plant. And I knew what it was because my mom smoked pot. My dad smoked pot. And at that time, I was smoking pot. I started smoking pot when I was 9 years old in 1978 and never looked back. So I was like, fucking A, man. I was probably like 10. Fuck. They got weed right on the porch. I didn't know anything about it. I waited till everybody was fucking busy. I snuck out to the porch. I snatched as many fan leaves as I could. I now know they're called fan leaves. Back then, I just thought it was pot, right? I snuck that shit home. I rolled it up probably in some fucking school liner paper or whatever and smoked that shit out back, got a headache. But I was fascinated that I was like, holy shit, you can grow it on your own. So by the time I was in high school, I was in South Lake Tahoe, and any new thing that was made in Mendocino or Humboldt County, the Triangle, from Northern California, came right through the ski resort town. Because of the transient level of that town, you can ship drugs through it. And the simple fact that there's a lot of money flowing in and out of that town, and you've got snowboarders and skiers and hikers and campers, and they all love to fucking get stoned. I mean, you take weed to Lake Tahoe, and there's a shit ton of hippies up there too. It's just, it's a beautiful place, and it attracts mellow, bohemian, weed smoking type, and of course, skaters and boarders and those kind of fucking types too. Non-bohemian, just kind of rat punk fuckers, So the weed flows, man, in Tahoe, but in the 80s, it was loaded with cocaine too. Like I said, they trafficked everything through there. But every new strain, we had it as kids, man. I remember skunk number one. I think I was fucking, what was I, 14 or something? When was that? 1982 or 1983? Shit, I might even have been in middle school when that shit showed up on our front door. But I remember it, and it was the shit. And we all had it, and we got busted every time. Because skunk number one All you people out there who say you have skunk number one, a lot of you are full of shit. Okay. I ain't gonna say I know who's got it and anything about the genealogy of that fucking plant. All I know is I had the real shit when it came out and I smelled it, and I've never smelled anything like it again. And if you had it, you would fucking know that you had it, because that shit smells like a goddamn skunk. And that's why they called it that. It is fucking gnarly. So you couldn't get away with it. I mean, like, so it would be like, oh fuck, man, we're gonna score an eighth from fucking Billy or whatever. And back then, I think weed was about $35 an eighth for this killer shit, all the killer shit. It quickly escalated to 50. By the time I was out of high school, it was already at 50. But going into high school, weed was about 30, $35 for what we called the KGB, killer green bud. So you could get the KGB. That's what we called it. It could have been anything. It was skunk. It was Mendo Perps. It was just a KGB. You get an eighth, you'd all chip in on it. And it'd usually be like 3 or 4 of you, because you'd be chipping in your fucking lunch money or something, or this dude's got $10, he's got $10, I got $10, we can get an eighth. So 3 of you got a fucking skunk in your pocket, and you can't hide it. You can't double bag it. You can't triple bag it. You just can't hide it. You can't put it in your fucking locker. If you smoked it and stashed it in your car, it was all over you, and you got searched when you got into school. So the smell, something about that terpene or cannabinoid profile, whatever created that skunk number one aroma, it was so sticky. It was a sticky aroma. It just was on things, you could have it in your pocket, get rid of that shit, and an hour later, somebody be like, the skunk, you got the skunk, and you'd be like, no, I don't got the skunk. Come on, man, break it out, man. Fucking break it out, dude. You're fucking holding out, you fucking greedy bat. Dude, I don't got the skunk. I had the skunk, but that was hours ago. I fucking smell it on you, dude. One good thing about that weed in that era, it was all pretty skunky. But skunk number one was something different, but it was all pretty stinky. Is those smells before we all started growing, or not, I wasn't growing then, but before growers started growing floral stuff to hide their grows. My dad was a stoner, and I could find his fucking weed anywhere in that fucking room, man, by just walking in and going, oh yeah, sniff a little bit. Oh yeah, just with your fucking nose. You ain't got to go through the drawers. You don't got to go through nothing. You sniff around. Oh, in the closet. Oh yeah. Oh, there it is in the pocket of the fucking robe. Bam. Sneak a little bit out. Get chewed out by dad. You get into my weed? No. But whatever. I did it for years. And my karma was to have a stepson who stole my weed. So that's what happens. But I tried to grow a seed in my closet because all the weed we had was unbelievable, man. I mean, it is the best shit on the planet coming through Northern California. Would you shut up, please? Jesus. So anyway, I got a seed out of a bag seed, and I tried to grow it. I don't even remember what container I used, but I put it in some dirt that I may even have dug up from the yard. I don't remember. I didn't know anything. I was about 16. And I had a walk-in closet with shelves on either side, and I put it on the top shelf as close to the fucking light as I could. And it grew for a while, but I didn't know anything about light schedules or watering. And every time I'd go in the closet, the lights on or the lights off, or I'd try and leave it on in there, not knowing shit. So who knows what I did to that poor seedling. It popped, it grew, its cotyledons, and I think a second set, and it died. But I was into growing, at that point. I was like, fuck, man, all I did was put this in some dirt and it fucking popped up in the closet. But like I said, I was with my dad, and shortly after that, I started to walk on the dark side of the road, and I was Well, I was dealing drugs for a while. So I wasn't working. I wasn't growing. I didn't grow weed. I bought pounds of it and sold it. When I get my other drugs, I would come down to the Bay Area with the connections I knew through family and stuff, and load up with a few pounds of drugs in a rental town car, a couple long-haired metalhead tweakers in a beautiful car. It was a pretty strange scene, but anyway, that's what I did for a long time. So I wasn't growing, and eventually I quit all that other stuff, and I kept smoking weed, but I didn't really ever have a chance to grow, until I came down here and I met my friend and he funded it, and that's what really started me in growing, was funding that ebb and flow. And then now, what started my recent thing is I had moved out of that apartment, that very apartment where the ebb and flow was. And I needed a storage unit for all my shit, because I was moving in here with my new girlfriend. And one of my neighbors had a daughter who liked me, because whenever they were old couple, and whenever they needed anything, I was on it. You know what I mean? That's how I am. They're fucking old. You need help, I'm fucking here. Hey, old man, you're walking around, I'll talk to you for 5 minutes, And I was friends with her parents. So she's like, I'm going to let you use my garage. And so I started renting her garage, and quickly she started letting me use it for free, because I was helping her around her house, build raised beds and moving worm beds and a chicken coop thing, and helping her with this giant dog while she had a surgery. And we just became friends. And she had never tried weed. Her daughter smoked it and her brothers smoked it, and they all made fun of her all the time. And she did not want to try it with them, but she felt safe to try it with me. And I said, hell yeah. What do you want to do? What kind of high do you want to feel? You want to kind of get buzzy in your body and sit down in the couch, or you kind of want to get buzzy in your head and we'll do some digging in the garden? So she wanted to get buzzy in her head and dig in the garden. I think I smoked some Durban poison with her, and she was hooked. So next thing I know, hey, can we grow some plants in the yard? And I'm like, yeah, we can grow 6, according to the law. Next thing I know, we got fucking plants out there, and we got more like 14 out there, because she gets really into it and starts picking up this and that and whatever. We had a really bad year. That was the year we had all those crazy fires about 3 years ago, and the sky became as sackcloth in California. It basically blacked out the sun for 4 days, and while having 103-degree heat. So yeah, what plant's going to live through that? I mean, some of them did, but we lost a crop to a heat wave, and it was just a really bad year, and in the ash and all that stuff. But I did a bud wash and got some buds. Needless to say, her children were moved out of the house. She's a stoner now. She's digging growing outside. I start explaining my perpetual shit I used to do. She's like, where'd you learn this shit? How did you do this? So she starts asking, and I'm like, yeah, you don't need a room much bigger than fucking one of the bedrooms in your house. And she's like, well, let's do it. And I'm like, what? She's like, let's do it. And I'm like, cool. So buy some tents, LED was upon us. I'd never used LED. But I'm like, fuck, I start looking into it, and I'm like, fuck, I can get us a 4x8 up and running with some decent LEDs in it for, fucking $1,500 here, with all the bells and whistles, all the shit we need. Let's do it, containers, to fucking, you name it. We bought all that shit, and we started. And before I knew it, I had talked her into this 2x4 was in there too, and it was vegging. The 4x8 was for flour. I had built a cold box that fit over the window. There was a window mount AC, and the box was insulated, and it was in the corner between the two fans, then the two tents, and they vented out the window. No CO2, straight air circulation all the time. They pumped straight out the window into the backyard. Didn't have to worry about sound because it was her big backyard. Nobody was ever there. I didn't use fucking filters. It was great. Didn't have to worry about smell. The cold box sat over an air conditioner that would keep that box at a certain temperature, and then the tents could draw air out of that box to keep them cool. I never got a chance to really dial that in and run all that whole system. And I had Clone Zone and Mama Zone and all that, and those weren't working very well. I know why. I mean, I just didn't have the time to really dial it before she went, this is too much. You know, I just laid way too much on her, man. She'd never fucking popped a seed. And within a year, I'm like, okay, make sure you fucking do this to the babies and do this to that. And don't fucking deal with the lights like this. And call me if this happens. And if the humidity's here, go fuck with that fan over there and blah, blah, blah. I mean, it was just like boom, boom, boom. And she was just like, you know what? This is just too much for me. And I'm like, you know, yeah. I'm sorry. You know, I just fucking, you gave me the green light and I just fucking threw all this shit on top of you. I should have kept it at a tent and just been okay with some smoke, you know. But around that time, we all could learn off of YouTube and the internet. It wasn't like it was back in the day where I had to read books, and a book you didn't leave out on the table. You know, it was a book you had fucking hidden somewhere. And you couldn't ask any questions. You'd be like, okay, I read that, but wait a minute, what does that mean? And you just had to figure that shit out. Now you got places like the DGC, like fucking Talking Shit with Eagle. You know, you can be like, hey man, this is happening, and somebody can help you out. So I got just obsessed with the advent of LEDs and the new equipment, and then I caught on to some shit from Kevin Jodry and was like, holy fuck, I want to do this. I want to fucking breed some shit. Right? And I never ever thought about it. Hated males. Tell my partner, get that fucking male out of here, blah, blah, blah. You know, one of my males that I used for a long time was her seed. And I tried to kill him, I don't know, a dozen times. And she would never let me kill him. You know, and he was this little runt, and I'm like, that little piece of shit. You know, I was just kind of mean to him, and he survived those heat waves and like being drowned by her a couple times. He survived a fucking being dug out of his pot by a Rottweiler and thrown on the ground and chewed up. She was like, I'm gonna save him, and she saved him. She put him back in a plant. When spider mites, was it spider mites? No, we got spider mites. I killed them. It was a veg. Yeah. And he didn't show spider mite. They didn't go for him. So I was like, spider mites don't like his fucking terpenes, maybe. I don't know. So that was another thing I was looking at. And then when I lost a crop to russet mites, there he was, still fucking standing. And eventually he became like this short, bushy, like this crooked spine, really tight noded, just this little tank of a dude, right? Who made it through like 9 deaths. He must be part cat, right? So I'm like, I'm gonna breed with this motherfucker. And she's like, oh, you love my Jack now, you know, but whatever. So we used him. I went nuts with the breeding shit, and I saw guys like, well, I have to say Trevor Whitkey from Sun Grown Mids had a huge effect on how I approach cannabis culture. Maybe I'd like to say, I prefer culture over industry. You know, I don't know.
There's the difference there. That is the difference, to be honest with you. I think the cannabis culture or community is us the people that cultivate with love and a heart and a meaning. And then there's the industry, and those are the people that are trying to come in cold hearted just for the buck, not for the love of the plant. So there is a difference. There is
There's a
the
huge
two.
difference. And, you know, when I was at the Emerald Cup, I really saw it with those companies I told you about. Cookies basically was the big monster at the Emerald Cup. Cookies, not the Mendocino Producers Guild, which is local farmers full of, you know, or local farms full of farmers that were OGs, man, you know, people that have farms right there. The Emerald Cup used to be those people coming together to share their weed and judge and share genetic, you know what I mean? It wasn't cookies. It wasn't Skittles. It wasn't fucking Seed Junkie, you know? It was Northern California is what started it. And now it's become industry driven thing. And what really sucked is it's so fucking industry driven that they allowed the fucking who are those the cannabis commission dudes, the CCD or whatever they are. I can't remember the initials off the top of my head, but they were in there confiscating people's shit, you know, taking anything that didn't look like a legally packaged and purchased product. So any grower, any local grower who's should be given carte blanche, in my opinion, at that event, who came in with, say, a turkey bag full of, you know, or not even full, say a turkey bag with a couple ounces in it, was instantly targeted, and they tried to confiscate that shit, to tell them, you know, you can't sell your illegal weed here. Even the people in the Mendocino Producers Guild, which I bought all my flour. I didn't buy any cookies, any Skittles. I didn't buy any seeds from Seed Junkie, because their seeds were $2.50 a pack. And my brother was there at the event, and he is an industry guy. He works for a dispensary, and he went to the Seed Junkie party the night before, the Friday before the Saturday and Sunday events. And he told me, his report to me was, stay away from the Seed Junkie booth. The big joke over their party was how they're going to rape Northern California because we've all got so much money here, right? With a bunch of stupid genetics. So I went in and looked at their boards. I mean, some of it sounded like it was crossed with something I might know, but it's all just a bunch of hype names. $2.50 a pack, $2.50, $2.50, $2.50, 10 seeds. Fuck, dude. I'll give you 1,000 seeds for $2.50. You just want me to cross some shit together. You know what I mean? Fuck. But anyway, so I didn't fucking mess with them. I didn't mess with cookies. I did go into the Stizzy booth for a second to ask them what their prices were, but it was the same as my dispensary. So I didn't buy any because there was no deal on it. I did buy some stuff from 710 Labs because those guys really know their fucking extracts. I didn't get any Connected or Alien Lab stuff. I love their stuff, but they're hyped too. Their booth was mostly about gear, you know, hoodies and shit like that. And I was okay, whatever. I spent most of my time in the regenerative display area and going to booths where people were trying to help people, you know, cannabis organizations, legal help, people in jail help, traveling hemp museum, shit like that. Shit that I found was interesting. I did not visit a lot of the vendors, you know. I didn't go to Humboldt Seeds. I just felt their shit was too expensive. You know, their booth was beautiful. Yeah, they had a very large section. Good for them, you know, but if that wonderfully rustic, fancy booth is translating into the cost of those seeds, I'll pass. You know, shit. I probably got more fire from Sun-Grown Mids, who reached into his bag. He saw me and said, "Hey, I got something for you." I reached in his fucking bag and handed me those lemon Vuitton and pina hash plants that I spread around to all you fucking guys. Those things came right out of Mendocino, man. Actually, I think Trevor's in Calaveras, but the Pina 13 was used in there, and that is Mean Gene Jackson's genetic. So anybody that's listening and is holding those, that's what's in that, and those are a prize. Those are all regs, but there should be something real fire in those. But you know, that's what I'm talking about. That dude that's culture. That's a breeder who recognized me as an aspiring breeder. I'm not even a breeder yet, man. I'm a pollen chucker. All I've done is make F1s. Now, granted, I'm doing a shit ton of work. In less than a year, I will have harvested 15 F1 crosses. But it's a lot of work. It's hard, you know, but it's fairly simple. The real work will come when I start sifting, pheno hunting, you know, and then trying to stabilize after that. It's going to take a while, you know. We'll see how it goes. I didn't make them all with the intention of I'm going to take every one of these down the filial generation or true line breeding. It's not really line breeding because we're not working with true F1s. Anybody who got something from me that says F1 on it, that's only notated so that you know where that is. That's the first time those two hit each other. Those will all actually be polyhybrids. Most everything we get now is a polyhybrid, which is a hybrid to a hybrid. You just ain't going to get a true F1 unless you get a land race and a land race. You basically have to have two populations that don't share genetics. They don't share any, you know, like genetics, and then cross them. Then you'll have a true F1, which will create true hybrid vigor. That will be a true hybrid vigor and a certain level of homozygosity, with those being individual strains. When you cross hybrids and create all these polyhybrids, your heterozygosity is, you know, it's off the charts, man. And we all know what F2s are doing. You can just search for days through there and find your unicorn. So I definitely want to work on my shit and stabilize some things, not really drop anything. You know, I gave all that shit away for free. And I'll probably give some more stuff away, but I don't think I'll be putting anything up for sale. I'm maybe not even in the F2 generation. I don't know. Maybe a selfed F2 or a back crossed F2, something that's been stabilized a little bit and then tested. Who knows? I got my 215. So when we move, I can set up some bigger tents again and really do some sifts. And right now I'm testing my ability to run 6-inch pots all the way through flower. It's been tough. They dry out quick, and you know, they look okay. I want to figure that out now so that when I do a sift, I can actually put, like, say, I don't know, 40 of them in a 4x8, 50 of them, you know, and eventually sift down to where you're, I don't know, 10 or so flowering females that you're going to select from. But I want to be able to pop 50 to 100 seeds when I do a run, and more likely 100, so that I can kill off the 50 seeds that's popped the latest, you know, take the first 50 that pop strong, 86 the rest. There's your first sift right there, right? That's half. And then you go from there and you select for size. I'm going to go for I'm going to try and push everything short. I'm going to try and make my varieties for tents so that craft growers can use them. You know, people at home like Joe Blow with a 2x2 can grow himself a plant that's not going to get out of control on him, you know, and will keep a short stature and be able to grow within 3 or 4 feet. That's my goal. We'll see if it can happen. I'd also like to, I don't know how far I can get into this. Ideally, I would like to isolate some terpenes and cannabinoids for potential therapeutic benefits. I can't really say medicine anymore. At least I don't know if I can, but according to my in line with my current Ganjier certification studies, it's not proper of me to prescribe you what would be a medicine. It's okay for me to recommend a variety of cannabis based on its potential therapeutic effects. So I'll slip, but I'm trying to, anyway. But that said, there are things to look at. We all know that THC doesn't just get you high. It really helps with pain. We all know that. It's good. It's good pain medicine. THCV rich varieties. THCV is a cannabinoid that has been shown to really, there's other effects, but the effects that I really want to isolate it for are its ability to help with migraine headaches and people that suffer from, I forget what they call it, cranial issues. And it helps you in other ways too. It also is there. Most of them are some type of anti-anxiety, and they help with most of them. We all know there's some racy ones that don't help you with anxiety, but certain terpenes can help with anxiety.Limonine's big these days because it tastes good, but they don't realize that it's very therapeutic in a lot of ways. It's anti-inflammatory and can help you, a mood alterer, just have a better fucking mood, linalool, like some nice, Granddaddy Perp probably got some linalool in it, and that works as a fantastic sedative. It can help you sleep. We all know that. Those indicas can, great one before bed. Stuff like myrcene, we know is a great, it's in so many things. This is a fantastic painkiller, let's dispel a misconception about myrcene right here while everyone's listening. Yes, mangoes contain myrcene. It is a terpene that is found in both cannabis and mangoes. Can eating mangoes increase your high while you are smoking a myrcene high variety? The answer to that is, man, not likely, unless you've got a barrel full of fucking mangoes. The level of effective myrcene in a mango, and even then, there's like how many different fucking varieties of mango? Hundreds. So you got to get the right mango with the highest level of myrcene, and then you're going to have to keep eating that shit until it's coming out your ears in order for you to feel any kind of therapeutic benefit from the myrcene in a mango. Let's just say that. So that said, we got beta caryophyllene. We've all heard of that one. Beta caryophyllene is a fantastic terpene. Not only is it good for your anxiety and anti-inflammatory and even I'm forgetting the one that's in the brain. It's also great for GI tract, which is one of the reasons I want to isolate that one, because I have all kinds of stomach issues. And beta caryophyllene is, if I smoke a variety that has good beta caryophyllene, it helps my stomach. Blue Dream always helped my stomach. Problem is, it doesn't taste like it used to me. When I grew Blue Dream, it was fruity and delicious. It's kind of spicy now and has a lot of beta caryophyllene in it, and that's part of reason for that is the way that the industry goes. Somebody will say they have something and they'll call it that because it fucking sells bags, and then that's what that becomes in that area, and then a grower is going to go, oh yeah, this is fucking that shit that I bought. This is it, even though he don't know that that's not it.
Right?
Yeah. He won't know, but he'll think he knows, and I don't know them all. Shit, man. That's for sure. If somebody wants to educate me on something, I'm definitely down to learn. But the ones I do know, and we can all kind of tell who's full of shit out there, you know. These days, when I have a real question, I kind of go to the big boys. I will contact Sungrown Mids directly and bug him and be like, hey, dude, what's this fucking breeding thing? Or what does this term exactly mean? Or break it. And he'll like fucking break it down and give me some serious knowledge, the real knowledge. And another cat I met at the Emerald Cup, THCV Hunter. You all give him a follow. Awesome dude. And Sungrown Mids. If you're not following him, follow him. Just super dudes who are willing to help a newer breeder. Anytime I got a question, they're like, fucking yeah, blah, 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 blah. And THCV Hunter is actually, so he was the one that clued me into the fact that my projected poisonberry that I'm breeding, that's the only time I've given a name to any of my crosses because it was one of my plans. I have names planned for them, but I'm not going to name them until I do more stuff to them. But the poisonberry, he told me that my Durban poison is crossed with a Dutch skunk. It's not pure. And I'm like, how the fuck do you know that? He's like, I read it off of your breeder's website. I'm like, gosh, yeah. All right. Well, I look like a fucking idiot to him right now. He says, don't worry. I've got the Durban poison. It was given to me, and I was instructed to share it with people that might preserve it. And when I run more seeds, I will be sure to get you some. And I was like, wow, dude, that is fucking epic. And hell yeah, I wish I had a farm and I could say, take those 3 acres over there. But, he's kind of a nomadic type. So he hasn't had a chance to grow anything lately. So I'm just going to be patient and hope the planets line up and I get my hand on that true 12 to 14 week Durban poison. And then I can move forward with crossing that to DJ Short's blueberry, which, I mean, we all know what that is, the real shit. I have been working with the MSNL's blueberry. They were the first seeds I bought, MSNL. I think that's Marijuana Seeds National or something like that. They're in England. If anybody's looked at them, and I'm sure some of you have, they claim to have just about all of it. But it's questionable as to where they got the genetics, because they're in Europe, first of all. So they're probably Amsterdam genetics, not the real stuff from over here or whatever. And I don't want to sound snobby California and say, oh, this is only the real, whatever, New York City D, we all know where that came from, right? So, it's just hard to say. It's just fucking hard to say what's real and what's not real out there anymore. But I'm going to try and work with stuff that I know is proven, like all these early crosses I did here were the first 7 I did last year were they weren't anything that I had really planned. So I had the tent set up with my partner, and I had really only brought into that tent. I had a pineapple upside down cake who I got from a breeder friend of mine, not a breeder, a grower, indoor grower here in the Bay Area. And he gave me a few cuts of that, which gave me thrips, by the way. Thanks, pal. Anyway, so I had that in there, but I went on vacation with my girlfriend for 4 days up to Tahoe. And I came back and she had like, I don't know, 7 plants in the tent, 7, from her nephew who had, lost his place, and he had a bunch of plants that she wanted to save for him, he's like, can you save them? Well, they didn't contact me because I would have said no. They just did it. And some of them were in like 13 gallon garbage cans, and some were in, Tupperwares, and they were all fully saturated and anaerobic and infested with gnats and all kinds of shit. You can just imagine. They were just soggy messes. So anyway, I ended up, after killing off the shit they brought in, with a few genetics. I didn't work with the runts or the animal mints. I grew them because I had them, but I did not like the way they expressed. They were lanky. Looking back, the runts kind of did have the one I ran outdoor did have a good little nug stacking on it in a cool color, kind of purpled out. But whatever, it was always a pain in the ass. It was always fucking long things doing all this and fucking nutrient sensitive, and you're out. The other one was the same way, the animal mints and the runts. And forbidden fruit was her first plant that she purchased, and it was a mother that somebody had sold her. She didn't know that, but when it came, I said, yeah, you got it. Somebody gave you the bottom half of their mother plant and they chopped the top half out. Hang on, guys, I got to go close my tents. I'll be right back.
Oh man, I love that. That's too familiar to me right there. I've been standing in the store a few times. My alarm actually says, "Flower, close door." It always makes me smile when that shit goes off. I totally relate to that shit. Cheers, everybody in chat. Taco, he did say what his first experience was.
What was that? Somebody had a question?
Taco had asked if we had discussed where your first smoke was, but if you
We just said that I was 9. All we did was said I was 9, so I'll tell you about that. So my mom's a hairdresser. Was a wild disco queen back in the 70s and 60s, and she used to ride with the Hells Angels. She's a wild woman, was a wild woman. My brother's dad was a Hells Angel. That's kind of where I got some of my future hookups, if you could say. I shouldn't even tell you that, but anyway. She had wild friends, and she'd be partying out, and we'd get dropped off at this hairdresser's house or that hairdresser's house who had kids to hang out while mom's out partying or whatever, right? So I found myself in the presence of a young man named Casey quite often. He was a few years older than me. He was more my brother's age, but they didn't get along too well, but he liked me. So I'd hang out with Casey a lot. And Casey had an older brother named Trey, who, and this is 1978. I'm 9. And I guess Casey was 11 or 12, and his brother Trey was he was 18 or something. He's a high schooler. So he had weed coming out. Trey had weed. He smoked it in front of his mom. His mom knew. She was just a hair cutter, but an alcoholic. So she's like, just fucking stay out of my hair, do whatever. So I'd be hanging out with Casey, and they thought it was going to be funny to get this little kid high one day. And we went out to this field. Back then around here, it wasn't all incorporated, and you could have a house, and then you could have a big field right next to a house with trees in it or whatever. Where I live used to be farming land and orchards and shit when I was a kid. And so we walked out, we climbed out, or we went out in this field under this tree, and we smoked this fucking joint. And the next thing I know, I'm up in the tree singing Beatles song, every Beatles song I can remember, which is quite a bit because I was a big Beatles fan always as a kid, and I had all their illustrated lyrics, and I would sit there at the record player reading all the fucking songs and listening to all the records for years. So I was just up there singing my ass off, having a great time, happy as can be, thinking that, cannabis was just about the best shit in the world. And they're laughing at me. They thought it was funny. So to them, it was like, let's get Brian high again, So, okay, sure, whatever, get me high. It's fine. They also got me into fucking breaking into cars and businesses and houses and knocking over paper machines and smoking cigarettes and you name it. So it was a bad influence, you know, but I had bad influences in my family, you know. I mean, shit, I was by 6 years old, I was already drinking, you know, smoking weed by 9. There wasn't a lot of supervision when I was little, just the way it was. So that's how that started. I was 9 years old and ended up in a tree singing fucking Beatles songs, and it was great. And that was my first experience. I never looked back.
That sounds like
Go ahead.
pretty good experience. I mean, out of a lot of all the stories I've heard, that sounds like a pretty pleasant experience.
It was
I mean,
very
seriously.
It was very pleasant, you know. And at the time, we hadn't gotten into all that crazy shit, so I was still a little innocent, and I didn't realize how because eventually I realized these dudes are going to get me in trouble. You know what I mean? This is some fucked up shit we're doing. What do you mean I'm the only one that can fit through the fucking window? That kind of shit, you know? So, but at the time I was like, hey, these guys are cool. We're cool. This is great, you know? But whatever. I soon became the kid who would distract the guy at the fucking counter in the restaurant because one of us would be at the cigarette machine getting a pack for $1.25. Remember those days? Right in the front of the restaurant, that thing where you fucking chunk, chunk, pull that little knob and your pack comes down. Remember that thing? So we'd sneak in there, get a pack of cigarettes, go hide out and fucking smoke cigarettes and weed and be stupid.
I haven't even thought about one of the fucking machines in forever, man. That's a whole different day right there. Things were different.
Things were
for
different.
us as a kid. I mean, I remember riding around in the back of my dad's pickup while he was like drinking and driving.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean,
Yeah, my fucking
that was
brother.
just
My brother and I were talking
standard
about that just the
procedure.
other night. My mom had a Ford Courier that my grandpa gave her, right? It had a camper shell on it. So for somebody drinking and partying like my mom, she was young. She had my brother when she was 18. She had me when she was 20. So, you know, she was trying to live that shit she missed when she was young. So she'd party and she would toss us in the fucking back. And it was like that fucking scene from Toy Story where Woody's in the back of the pizza delivery thing. And there's a toolbox flying around, fucking whacking in it. It was just like that, dude. The drunker she got, the faster around the corners would be. And we thought it was fun. We would put our feet against one side of the bed and our hands against the other side and kind of plank across the back and be like, whoa, whoa, you know, and no fucking idea how dangerous and stupid it all was. But yeah, man, you could ride on the back fucking thing up in the window of your parents' car. Remember that? Above the back seat. You could lay up there and nobody said shit. Those are the days.
And I remember actually popping out the car door one time when there were so many of us kids stuffed in the back seat. He went around the corner and the door actually popped open. I remember like hanging on the door, you know, as he slammed on the brakes as my feet actually kind of got, you know, pinched in the door because the car stopped so abruptly. You know what I'm saying?
Kids fucking piling out. Jesus. Yeah,
and it's your fault. It was your
right?
fault. God damn it! Get back in the car. What the hell are you doing?
A couple diamonds right there. Do a little cold start on the Puffco. I remember when none of us wore seatbelts, right? So I'd go back and forth between parents. And there was a time when I was living with my dad in Martinez. I don't know if you all know California, but that's where they make gas, basically the refineries. They refine the oil here in Martinez and Richmond. But so for us to go to school, it wasn't like just around the corner. We were in Martinez proper by the tracks downtown, and you'd have to like leave town, get on the freeway, drive down past the refinery to get to our school, which was oddly enough out here more like one of your schools, multi-story brick schoolhouse, something you might see in the Midwest or the East. That's unusual here. Most schools out here are single level sprawling compounds. But I went to that one, and there was a section on the freeway that had a whoopty. And so parents didn't care. We'd all be like, here comes the whoopty. And you'd start fucking jumping in your back seat so that when you went off the whoopty, you get airtime. Nobody gave a shit, man. Nobody gave a shit. The hell, they might even be smoking a cigarette while they're driving your ass to school. What are you smoking, Eagle?
I am smoking a little bit of Colombium from North Star. North Star Genetics, gifted to me by Miranda Family Farms
Oh, nice.
for that DOA project.
Oh, sweet. How's that going?
It's going good, man. Phenos have been selected in past. Smiley, I hunted out Jack Skellington, and I hunted out the Colombium. And so we passed our pheno selections to each other there. I've got mine's in that back corner there. His Jack Skellington, and then I have my Colombian male, which you probably can't see that very well. Right next to it.
Are those LED lights? No, you're running.
no,
you're running HPS.
Them the old takes. Yeah.
Say that color looks old school.
It's very old school, but it ain't broke. And I run 810s here. The other ones are all LEDs, but this is it still works. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah.
And it works. It actually works kind of well. I heard you kind of talk about using your environment there. This shit sounds very similar to what you were talking about there. It gets pulled through all these lights, and instead of the summertime, it goes up and through the attic and then up. I'm in northern Michigan. Don't necessarily worry about filters because I'm in the forest, but with it going out the attic, it's up 30 feet. By the time the wind catches it and carries it a little bit, is it me? Is it whoever? Fuck all that. Let them worry about that shit. And then in the wintertime, I pipe it into my heater. So it goes right through here, drops under the house, and then it goes right into the cold air return right before the heater. I don't run the heater, but I just turn on the blower motor and it carries all that warm air through the rest of the house. So
you save a little bit on gas.
Yeah.
Natural gas. So, yeah, that's cool. That's what, man, I gotta tell you, HIDs grow some fucking buds, man. When I used to put that orange shit on my flowers, they stacked up. I actually would only run it's HPS, it's the orange, right? High pressure sodium.
Yes.
I used to run my metal halide actually for only about 3 weeks. I had an ebb and flow tray. I would have them, and they'd be maybe a foot tall before I flipped them, a little bit taller. And by the end of it, I'd have 4-foot plants, under those HPS in a 6-inch rock wool cube, just gigantic. But you feed them every day, they just grow. The hydro shit is crazy, man. If you want to grow fast and grow a lot, grow fucking with hydro. But it didn't quite taste the same. I mean, I eventually had taken that same room and abandoned the reservoir and just used those trays as drainage for pots. I had pots in there with soil because it tasted better, just it fucking tasted better. The best shit I ever grew in that room was purple Urkel. Oh man, was that shit tasted so fucking good. And that Blue Dream was right behind it. That Bubba Wreck was a killer though, man. That thing, it was just that variety that you could go to that was guaranteed. You know what I mean? Sometimes you dip into a bag and it just doesn't hit you quite like it should. But some bags, you can get in there and hit that shit and just be fucking lit. you know. You're making me want to break the rules and roll a joint.
I was afraid of that.
You know, as it gets later, people shut their windows because it's winter, you know. Sometimes I can get away with it. My girlfriend doesn't smoke, so she doesn't like the smell. So I
Oh
save on
man,
weed, but you know,
oh, that's a toughie though.
yeah,
I like concentrates, but man, I gotta have that flower. I, I go
I
through my
love it.
little waves of like the dabs and everything else, but I come right back to the flower. And I've always got the, in fact, I gotta have flower while I dab. Because like say if I'm like let's say at a cannabis event or something like that, where dab, 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 dab. I like that intense high of the
Mhm.
dabs, but when it comes time to like drive or like function, I've got to actually like smoke a joint to like level back out to
Right.
where I can fucking like drive and shit. I know that sounds weird. I have to consume
Actually, you
more or
could
whatever, but
smoke some CBD. That would counteract that THC a little bit. Get that other cannabinoid receptor. Woo, that was good. But I think you're right. I think I need some flower here, man. I've actually, I haven't been smoking my weed very rarely. And I don't grow that much for myself. I'm usually doing seeds, so I don't have a lot of my own weed. I, and I've noticed that even when I like dust a few branches on a plant, the rest of that plant goes, we're seeds now, you know, even if it's not, even if that side is buds, the plant starts acting fucking weird. Maybe it's me, who knows? The 10th thing is I'm still learning it, you know, it's LEDs and tents and fucking VPD now and all that. I'm still trying to figure it out just like everyone else. Uh, but Jesus, that hit me so hard I forgot what I was just saying. Oh well. I guess it wasn't that important. Oh, I'm gonna need what I've been smoking lately. Um, I haven't been smoking my flower. I bought a bunch of stuff from the Mendo, like I mentioned, the Mendocino Producers Guild, and they were allotted. Um, well, they weren't even really allotted. They were permitted to sell their stuff through somebody else's booth. So Sovereign had a booth there, their farm there. And they took on the task of being the point of sale for the Mendocino Producers Guild, which is a bunch of local farmers, First Cut Farms, and and a few others, Marty Juana. I've been showing them on my page and smoking their buds. And it's all just, it's sun-grown outdoor stuff. It's good. It's not the fucking killer primo shit that that good, what that good shit is when you get it. Like the shit Smiley's growing. So, I've been smoking that stuff from Mendo, and I've been smoking fucking Smiley's weed. He sent me a few bags, and it's been keeping me more than fucking happy. Every time I want to roll a joint, I fucking just dip into that package from him or open a new bottle from the Emerald Cup, and I haven't touched my stuff in a long time. Although I'm just about. I think I maybe got one or two nugs that Smiley sent me. I shared a couple of them with a buddy who always shares some of his yield with me, and I said, "Hey, here's some stuff from the Midwest from somebody who definitely knows but what the fuck they're doing." Shit, I wish I had half that guy's talent.
Smiley's awesome. That's for sure. Definitely good dude. Oh, definitely fire smoke too. So yeah.
So actually,
So music,
I'm a
you're
musician.
you're a musician
I'm
is
a musician.
tell me. Tell
So
me a little bit about.
I've been a musician my whole life. It just sort of happened. Um, my father remembers it differently. He's dead, but he remembered it differently than I did. I could have sworn that I had. He says that I walked up to the piano when I was 4 years old and I plinked out the melody to The Entertainer. Right? Now, I'm musically inclined enough to pick that out on a piano. I mean, it's, you either have it or you don't. Those of us that are natural musicians know you're a natural musician. I am not touting myself, or, you know, because I'm a terrible practicer. I have the worst practice habits. I'm a fucking horrible musician as far as advancing my craft. It sucks that I have that natural talent because I don't have to practice and I can go to band practices and be just as good as the guys in my band, and it pisses them off, but it just is what it is. You know, there was a time when I played every day when I was in heavy metal, and I thought I was going to do that for a living. And we had a band room, and we were working really hard and making recordings, and we started to actually do some dates around California and Nevada. But that got all messed up because I was dealing drugs and everybody in the band was working for me. We were all high. That just exploded, you know. The more speed you do, the faster you are at playing speed metal. So we were fast. But it's cool. Metal never fucking dies. You know, I'll be a metalhead forever. But I've been all through it. I mean, before that, I was, well, so like I said, I was 4 years old. My dad remembers me walking up playing that shit. I seem to recall the lady across the street actually showing me that. I find it really hard to believe that I walked up to the piano and just fucking went, check it out, Dad, at 4, you know. I think the lady across the street was probably babysitting me. And as I recall, she had a piano in her house. And I was always a tinker with instruments kind of kid. And she taught me. I'm pretty sure that's how it went. And he didn't know that and just thought I fucking could do it. So instantly he puts me into guitar lessons when I'm 6 with his friend, Rick Kruger. And I'm not sure, I think Rick is still alive. He was a very serious classical player, which was a bad situation right off the bat. My instrument was a classical guitar, which I don't know if anybody, the guitar players will know, but for the rest of you, a classical guitar, when you look at the headstock of it, is the one that has the cutouts, the 2 long cutouts, and the pegs go through. You can see the pegs through, and the strings wind in the slits, right? An acoustic guitar, not a classical guitar. A classical guitar also has nylon strings on it, big, fat. They look like big, fat fishing line. Like flamenco guys will be playing a classical guitar. The guys you see going, doing all that. An acoustic guitar, campfire guitar, has the head and the pegs poke through that you've seen, and you wind the strings around like that. That's an acoustic guitar. So needless to say, an acoustic guitar has string gauge, which is the diameter of a string, which is closer to that of an electric guitar and much more forgiving on the fingers of any musician, let alone a 6-year-old who has never picked up a guitar. Well, Rick said I needed to learn classical guitar if I was going to be taught correctly. And it hurts and blah, 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 you know, and it fucking hurt. And I hated it, and I hated him, and I hated my dad for making me do it. You know, I love my dad now. I respect Rick now. He's a wonderful musician. What were you idiots thinking, though? 6 years old, and you're making me, you know, put my finger on a string the size of a lead pipe. But whatever. That didn't last long. Eventually, my dad had left my mom. She was a wild woman. And he moved on to a new wife. And we had, once in a while, people would come through the house where me and my mom and my brother lived, you know, like an uncle or a friend of the family. And instruments kept coming through. So like a friend of the family had a drum set and nowhere to put it. Well, let's put it in Brian's room. I didn't argue. I was just a little kid. And in fact, I was like, cool, put a drum set in my room, you know? So that was actually my next instrument. I was about 8 and I had a drum kit in my room. Didn't know anything about it. Just made a bunch of noise on it. Shortly after that drum set arrived, I began to play the trombone in school, played that for a few years, and then gave that up. By the time I was 11, I was now living in Lake Tahoe with my father. That was 1980. I had decided I wanted to play the bass guitar. So, and I moved up there right before I was 11 because I remember he gave me a bass on my 11th birthday. And I kind of knew I was getting one because I invited an adult. I was allowed to have one friend at my birthday party, and I invited the bass player from a band so my stepmother's cousin was dating the guitar player of this band, and we'd go see them. And I asked the bass player to come to my party, total adult, not even my friend. I kind of knew I was getting a bass. So I wanted somebody there to show me some shit the minute I got it. I pretended like I didn't know, but I knew. So anyway, that's where that started. I started playing the bass guitar. I did do actually before that bass guitar, I was playing saxophone for a little while too, alto sax. It was hard. I did it for about a few months, didn't really pursue it. Started playing bass at 11, actually joined a little band with some buddies of mine by the time I think I was 12. We were like 11 or 12, and we had a band called The Unknown, and there was 3 of us. We were in elementary school. And so we liked Devo and the Vapors and shit like that, you know. I remember turning Japanese and Whip It and all that shit back from the fucking early 80s, late 70s or whatever it was. And we thought we were going to be like that, but we sucked. We didn't really know what we were doing, but we could kind of keep some chords together, even as little kids, you know. And our drummer, in fact, the guy that called and I didn't take that call, he had been getting lessons from a drum teacher, so he already knew how to play on a kit. And the guitar player was a maniac, kind of phenom type, who he saved up all his money and got a shitty Sears guitar and fucking shredded that thing every hour he could, you know. In fact, his parents used it as his punishment. They would take his guitar away, whatever, but that's what they did. Anyway, he was real good. And then there's me, who never practiced, only when we get together, but I always had ability. So we were actually, as 11-year-olds, we had a little band and we were pretty good. And we hung out. So that we were in elementary school. One of our friends that hung out with us had a boarder at his house. He was the brother of a girl we all went to school with. He rented a room from his mom, my buddy's mom. He was a guitar player. He was 20, I think, 19 or 20, and a total fuck up. You know what I mean? He's barely making it living in her house. He had had an accident with some acid when he was a kid, and he was never the same again. Like, he got into his parents' shit and fucked himself up. And we always just, you know, he was that guy that would walk around the street with a Les Paul strapped to his back with no case, in a fucking lambskin jacket in the middle of summer, because he didn't have nowhere to put it. He wanted to keep it with him, picking up butts off the fucking ground. But he could play. And so it was a weird combination. He didn't really have any friends his age, but we all knew him from the house because we hung out with Charlie. So when all those kids came over there, we'd be like, yeah, Tommy, play us something. And he'd play some shit. And we were like, we got a band. And he's like, you ain't got a fucking band. And we're like, yeah, we got a band. He's like, you kids ain't got a fucking band. And we said, come on down to the fucking, my buddy ran a motel. The drummer's parents had a motel, and we were allowed to set up in the laundry room. You know, they had all these machines to wash the sheets and shit. And they would keep that section of the motel filled last. So everyone was more up towards the front. There were no guests. We could just fucking rock out in the laundry room. And so he came down there and he started rocking with us. And the next thing you know is a weird combination. There's this 20-year-old dude and all these 12-year-old kids called The Unknown. And our vibe was to Tommy actually gave us a little structure. He'd be like, I'm working on this tune. And he would kind of show us a little melody progression, but he was just an improv guy. He didn't really understand how to make a song. So we would run through these changes and it'd just be this little band playing these changes and chords while Tommy would just shred over it, in his own kind of weird fucking way. Sometimes it was good, sometimes it was great, sometimes it sucked. But that was it. That was like my first real band outside of like school band. And I continued to play with that drummer for years and years. We didn't really have bands in the day. He and I played together until we were about 16, and he moved away from Tahoe to San Jose. But we would do stuff like sit in his room and put on like, let's see, what was one of our big ones? Oh, the Scorpions. What's the one with Blackout on it? Was it Big City Nights?
I wasn't a huge Scorpion fan.
No. Yeah. So we'd put that on, or we'd put on like LaGrange by ZZ Top, some ZZ Top or some AC/DC, easy shit, and we would play along with those records. And then he moved away. And by this time I'm getting some chops. And I'm anti-metal still. I had been, like I said, a big Beatles fan as a kid. My dad made me do this classical thing, or a classical guitar type thing. AM radio was kind of dorky as a kid. I hadn't been really exposed to metal, and the only metal I really heard, I didn't really like. And I think it was some original Metallica stuff, probably off Kill 'Em All, which I love now. It's odd, but I hated it at the time because I was a snobby little kid who liked the blues and, stuff like that. So anyway, come on 17 years old, sitting in bed, got my headphones on, getting ready to go to sleep. School's the next day. And I don't sleep. I didn't sleep back then. So my dad wouldn't let me listen to the radio. So I would sneak headphones on and listen to the radio all night in bed. And we had a program out of Reno, KOZZ, shout out Max Volume, our fucking DJ, still up there doing it. Friend of mine on Facebook, good guy. And he had a show called Headphones Only. Cool. I used to listen to it all the time. On comes Metallica, Master of Puppets. Now, granted, I don't like Metallica, or I've told myself I don't like Metallica. I'm not a metal guy. You guys make noise. It's all about the blues and jazz and stuff like that. And so, or what is it? How does it start? Yeah, you know what I mean? It does the whole Master of Puppets thing, and all the changes that song goes through. It's like movement to movement to movement to movement. It's not like verse, chorus, verse, chorus. There's a beginning, there's a distinct beginning, and then there's a middle section, and then they move on, and it kind of progresses. And it's powerful. And I had never heard anything like that. And it was loud and in my ears, and the stereo was bouncing. And I was just like, I'm getting goosebumps right now, remembering laying in my bed at 17 years old, hearing Master of Puppets for the first time and going, holy fuck, that was the most amazing thing I've ever heard. I'm a metalhead. I am wrong. Metallica is badass. And at that point, all my friends that I hung out with, I hung out with smokers and stoners, and they're all metalheads and rockers, but I was in school bands and shit. So they're like, well, check it out, man. Here's some older Metallica. Here's some fucking Ride the Lightning. Here's some Kill 'Em All. And fuck, I was hooked, dude, and then I was all into Maiden. They got me into Iron Maiden and shit. And so at 17, one of those guys, he was a drummer, and he actually credits me for teaching him how to play drums. I knew how to play the drums because my 11-year-old friend already knew how to play the drums. He had a teacher. I saw his teacher with him. He taught me how to do what is called a funky primer. which is when you see a drummer hitting the kick drum, playing a ride or crash or a hi-hat, and hitting the snare at the same time. Those three things together create a funky primer, which is the beat. So he was a drummer in school band. We're in school band. I'm actually getting ready to be in jazz band in 8th grade. I had a brand new bass, a Fender Precision bass, and they were losing their bass player, Troy Thompson, great bass player, cool guy. She needed a new guy. I didn't know how to read. I'd only just been playing. So it was potentially one of the worst experiences of my life. They put me in concert band for the first semester, and I was locked away in a cubicle, practice room, not with the concert band. I never performed with them. I never practiced with them. My report card said concert band. It was all to get me to learn to read as fast as possible. So they handed me a book, and I forget what the big music school book company was, Mel something. Anyways, Mel Blanc, I think maybe. Anyways, it was designed to start from the beginning. These are quarter notes, these are eighth notes, la da da da, and then teach you the staff and all that. And so it was all Greek. I didn't understand any of it. She would come in like once a week and kind of test me. And so I struggled my ass off. There's no teacher. I'm in there by myself. I fucked off half the time, you know. Next semester, I'm in jazz band with a bunch of kids who have been playing their whole fucking lives, you know, and are reading music and playing jazz pieces. I had a hard time, and then she kicked me out of that class twice because I'm like, you know, hey, fuck you. I was always that kid, right? I'm like, hey, fuck you, man. You wanted me in this band. You just fucking told me to sign up because you didn't have a bass player, and fucking, you know, I can't read, and goddamn it, I don't give a shit. And she kicked me out, and the vice principal was a big guy in our church, our Catholic church, and I was the main altar boy for years and years and years. I was the dude you'd see at Easter, Christmas, teaching the other altar boys what's up, the big fucking masses. That was me, because I knew all the shit, had it wired. He loved me because, you know, you're a fucking altar boy, you know. He didn't know I was a derelict behind the fucking scenes, but anyway, he'd always smooth it out with that jazz teacher, and I'd go back, and they'd have me back. So it was difficult. It was very difficult. But needless to say, going into high school, I was jazzy, bluesy, snobby, you know, hated metal. Then that happened. Then one of the guys that, he was in that concert band, and I taught him how to do a funky primer on a drum set. He now plays with the bastard Sons of Johnny Cash all over the country, and even sometimes outside of the country. He's an amazing drummer, far beyond anything I could ever think of doing on the drums. Fantastic drummer, got good really fast. So let's see, I was probably 14. He was 13. I showed him how to play a beat on the drums. By the time he was 16, we were in his bedroom putting on Peace of Mind as our practice album. I'm playing Steve Harris. He's playing Nico McBrain. And we're going first song to last song without stopping. And all our friends would sit on his bed and line the floor and just be like, a free concert every fucking day after school, you know, because we do it all the time. And that was our main album, was Peace of Mind. And Steve Harris was like a fucking god to me, you know. Shit, man, we were rocking hard. We got hooked up with some other players and started doing some stuff that we had this kid, man. He was 16 and he was amazing. I knew two guys in high school that could copy just about any guitar player. One of them's dead now, and it's a shame because he was the best guitar player I have ever seen or known in my life. Could play anything. Went to MIT and left because they didn't have anything to teach him. But those two guys could copy Eddie, Steve Vai, you fucking name it, Brad Gilbert. It didn't matter who the guitar player was. These guys had their fucking number down. So we got the 16-year-old in, and we're doing, you know, David Lee Roth songs with Steve Vai guitar parts, and you know, Van Halen tunes, and you name it, man. Just crazy shit. what was the band with Stu Ham and Steve Vai? Or no, that was David Lee Roth group. So I was in over my head, because I all of a sudden had to play some Stu Ham parts. We were doing Rush, um, I fudged a few of Getty's moves. I had to fudge a few of his moves. I hung. You didn't know, but I had to fudge a few. That dude's a maniac, So after that, you want to hear more of this because it keeps going.
I do.
Okay,
I do.
so
I'm loving it.
that's fucking high school. I have been playing Iron Maiden with my buddy for a solid fucking year, and my fingers are lightning, Jack. I am playing Steve Harris note for note, feeling pretty big in my britches. You know what I mean? Have the admiration of all our friends, all metalheads, just love me and Joey just rocking out every fucking day, playing their favorite shit. Same thing. Troy's moving on. Troy's leaving the district, and they don't have and Troy has always been a far better bass player than me. There were three of us. There was me, there was Troy Thompson, and there was Chuck Garrett back in the day. And Chuck Garrett he was the only one of us that actually went pro. He played with Dio up until the time Dio died, and he's now playing with Alice Cooper. That bass player is a friend of mine. So anyway, and the guitar player in Alice Cooper's band is fucking unreal. That Nina, whatever her name is, fucking, that chick is a robot. But anyway, I've become very good. I'm not the same kid that couldn't read music in the 8th grade jazz band. So I come into jazz band in the 11th grade, same music teacher, all the same kids. And they're like, fuck, man, Troy's gone. Fuck. Now we got, they're like, ah, shit, man. We remember this. And I had a talent now for listening to a song and copying it was my ability. So I could get the piece of music, and I was a little better at reading, but mostly I would look at the key signature and either make up something close to what was on that paper or get a copy of a recording and copy the recording and not even look at the paper, right? Like we did the Flintstones, and that one was, they turned to me. The teacher would turn to me and go, how fast today, Brian? Because it was all about how fast I could go. You know, it's a long, fast bass line. And she could snap faster than anybody I've ever seen. Out there? And I'd go, no, you go a little faster. And I'd be like, yeah, let's do it, and the band would just be like, fuck yeah, because they all got to go, bow, 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 and we just rocked that tune. And so that year we were so good that all my fellow musicians, my peers, voted me the most improved musician that year. I received an award from them for that. And our jazz band, along with a concert band and a symphonic band from that high school that were also conducted by JJ Claus, a fantastic music teacher. She was amazing. All three of us, and we're talking, I don't know, 100-something students. So the World Expo happened in Vancouver in 1986 that year. Schools were allowed to send in recordings of their bands to try out to represent the United States at the World Expo. Our school was chosen. 3 of our bands from our little tiny mountain school were chosen. And that was because we had parents who care about an arts program and a fantastic music teacher who just led us there. So at that point, I was in Vancouver wearing a sweater, playing some jazz for, the World Expo. So that was pretty cool. All that shit, we won that year. I was a junior. We still had a bunch of seniors who were hot shit, in the brass. We took first place in every high school jazz competition that we went to in the state. First place, every single one. And we would just crush it because we play shit like MacArthur Park and that Flintstones song so fast that it just blew people out of their seats. The next year I was a senior, we lost all of our seniors. We lost a bunch of seniors, and we had a lot of freshmen and sophomores come into the jazz band to fill seats. They weren't as good of musicians, and about the best we did was about third place in all of our competitions that year. But you know, I hung out doing my thing, playing with Joey, playing Maiden with Joey, playing jazz in the jazz band. Then come graduation, it was a kind of a lost summer for a while. I had a fake ID at 17, so I was that guy. And come that summer after high school, me and Joey's older brother, who was my age, and Jeff, who was my age, the three of us spent, I don't know, fucking couple months drunk on the beach in Tahoe. You know, that was our thing every day. It'd be like, what beer are we getting? How much money we got? We'd stop by. I'd use the fake ID. We'd load up. We'd get fucking drunk, go down the beach. Put a boom box. We all had boom box back then, you know, with some heavy metal or something. Get tan, look at girls. So that went on for a little while. And then I got a job. I'm a metalhead now, right? I'm digging it, but I'm not really playing. I'm copying Steve Harris, but no thrash metal yet, really. I start working at a local amusement park up in there. I don't know if anyone's been to South Lake Tahoe, but if you're driving through the strip, there's a little amusement park there that's got a tiny roller coaster and a tilt-a-whirl that's right there on the freeway, right on Highway 50. Well, it was kind of a stoner job, right? You didn't have to, the stoners and musicians kind of got jobs there because you could be derelicts. You know, we were all acid heads and mushroom heads, and just all you had to do was clean the spark plugs on the fucking go-kart ride and run the tilt-a-whirl. And, you know, it was machines that could really get out of control, but a couple of them were okay. But anyway, I met this guy there, and he's dead. He became my partner, and we were a writing team. We were like a Lennon and McCartney of metal, dude. We became immediate friends. He showed me all the shit he was working on, which I learned instantly. And then he had a bass player shredding super fast metal to his songs. And then of course I'm into it. So, and I'm fluent with my instrument. So I start writing metal and teaching it to him. And then we're just like, boom, boom, boom. We called it Crunch Chunk. He was the real speedy shit used to come out of him, and the real chunky changes and shit, you know, or a blues change that would come in, a metal blues thing would come in. Those would be from me. I had my fast stuff, but the real fast stuff was his. And we were good, man. And we pulled in some dudes I knew, and we were, you know, doing some demos and doing some dates, and drugs fucked it all up. You know, I was dealing drugs, and everyone was dealing drugs for me. And I became a maniac because I was kind of first of all, I was their boss as far as drugs went. And I was kind of a boss in the band room, which I am even now with my band, but it's just to keep things moving along. You know what I mean? Like now I will just basically guide a practice. I let the guys joke around and fuck around, but I cut them off eventually and say, hey, let's get back to this, or let's make a decision on this and that kind of thing. And practice is a little bit about business, you know, if you're serious. But oh God. Oh, I had become, so I was an addict at this point. I didn't work, and I was always in debt to my dealer because I do a lot of my drugs. I'm 6'2", and at the time I probably weighed 170 pounds. I'm 230 now. I was not only trying to manage the group, which I'd book in our dates and, you know, talking to club owners and shit. I was also teaching the guys stuff, helping run our recordings. We did our own recordings. I was just like deep into it. And it got to the point to where I would take I would go into the studio And they would be living their lives, man. They'd be out in the living room having dinner, smoking cigarettes, playing video games, whatever. Their band time was off, right? They'd be in the band room when we were rehearsing or recording, but they would be away. Well, me, somebody at my fucking door. Me, I would take a bunch of drugs, and because I was the guy, I had it all. I had as much as I needed to keep me going through an entire weekend. And I would go into the studio and put down on tape new music for us. And it got to the point to where they couldn't keep up with me because I was writing more technical and difficult stuff and coming out with it faster than ever. So I would like go into the studio on Friday, and then I would come out on Sunday or Monday with 3 full songs, drums, 2 guitars, bass, vocals, minus the leads because I wasn't the lead guy. And I'd be like, here's the new shit. And then they would listen to it and go, holy shit, wow, and I would really have to teach it to them because it wasn't like Chris and I could pick up stuff just by listening to it if it was simple enough. But we were getting into the point to where we were writing shit to where we had to show each other where our fingers were going because it was too fast to pick it out. And it got to the point to where I was like, come on, man, what the fuck, and I was angry because I was on drugs, and I'm like, what the fuck, man, I'm doing this and I'm managing and I'm writing all these songs. Why aren't you guys fucking learning the songs? Well, because they had a life. They wanted to fucking snowboard or whatever. You know what I mean? I became a crazy person, and they decided to leave me. This girl came in. He had met up, an old friend of his came up to our studio, an old bandmate of his, my partner, his old partner, because he wanted to record something. So we did it in our studio, and I engineered it. I helped to engineer that and record it for him. I was there for the whole thing. I was cool. But that dude laid a seed, and he kind of stole my band. And the girlfriend of the guy, my partner, wanted to become an engineer, musical engineer, and run a board and everything. So we were having issues because she kept sitting in my seat, right? Like when it came time to mix down, it was me and Chris in the seats talking about it and mixing shit down. Well, I'd be coming in and see her in my seat, and I'd be like, wait a minute, get the fuck out of my chair. You know what I mean? This ain't you and Chris sitting here mixing. No, wasn't happening, Yoko, but whatever. So that shit ended because I became too crazy and they all fucking left, because I'm not only was that in the music, I was like, where's your fucking money from the drugs and blah, blah, blah. And you know what I mean? And I'm dealing with people that are serious. So I became serious, and I even had to take some shit from some friends of mine. And it just, the one of the drummers, I had to kick him out of the band and it was over some drug shit. And, we're still friends, but all that's bad news, So anyway, they all bailed. And I stopped playing for a while. I was all broken up because Chris and I were such a team. There's times when you collaborate with somebody that it is so perfect and gels so perfectly that you can just create and create and create with minimal effort between each other. And that's how it was with Chris. Rest his soul. He died a few years back, mysteriously died. Anyway, so we had that. So when that was over, I was crushed. I didn't even want to play anymore. But by that time, we had switched drummers, as I said, to a kid who was a snowboarder. And we met him because my guitar player was a snowboarder and worked at Heavenly making snow. So they met, and he was great. He was, we had a metal drummer. So the first drummer was a rock drummer, and it was fine, and we were good. But this new guy was a metal drummer with a dual kick drum set, a big black drum set. It just fit the role. But he's my buddy. I still talk to him sometimes, but he was kind of a goofball, and he was a lot younger than us, and we hazed the fuck out of him, And when it came time to actually make our demo, he was too new, and most of the tracks were done by me. On triggers, either on electric drum sets or keyboards or whatever, but most of the drum parts were performed by me, and credit was given to me and him and the original drummer. because I copied, some of the shit they did on earlier the older drummer did on an earlier demo and just that kind of shit. And I didn't want to leave him out. He's our friend. And so that was that. That fell apart. And so that other drummer, the metal drummer, he was a snowboarder, skater type. Wanted to start a punk band later on down the road with another snowboarder we know. His name is Trevor, and he does it. By the way, a side note on Trevor, he became a paraplegic in a snowboarding accident at a big contest at Sierra at Tahoe. And we're all friends, like, so Sean Palmer, I don't know if you guys know that name. He's an X Games snowboarder, went to school with him, helped him pass 11th grade English. Anyway, Sean gave a little money to build this bike for Trevor to allow Trevor to still do some extreme stuff. So it's like a 4-wheeler bike that he can steer like this. And he's still out there jumping and shit on that thing. But Trevor has developed something. The reason I'm mentioning it is he has developed a wheelchair for paraplegic people called the Trev Air. So if you type in TREV, maybe dash AIR, I'm not sure, it's called Trev Air. It is an attachment that you put onto a regular wheelchair to allow them to kind of get Durban. They can go over bumps and do all kinds of fucking cool shit, man. And he's trying to get that thing going. And he's just, he's just trying to still be alive, even though he can't do much. But it's kind of a neat thing. It's something to look at. It's called Trev Air. But anyway, they wanted to start a punk rock band. And I was kind of like, fuck, dude, I don't want to play anymore. I ain't into this. And he's like, come on, man, you're the best. You can write, you can sing, He's like, man, and you play like a motherfucker. He's like, I want you. I don't want any of these other guys. And he kept bugging me and kept bugging me and kept bugging me. And I'm like, all right. And we get in there and I learn a few of their punk tunes and dial in their practice so that we're learning and getting finished songs. And eventually we're like a little band, a little punk band. We were called Flam, like, Flam Flam. And I wrote a couple tunes for them, that they loved. I wrote a couple punk songs and that was fun. And that ended eventually. And then I moved. Well, I didn't move anywhere. I had no band, no home, no girlfriend. Everybody had ditched out on me because I was a psychopath. I moved out of the area. I went to Visalia for 1 month with an old friend from high school. One of those guys who used to sit around the room and watch us play Maiden, old buddy. Casey, my fucking man, said, come down here with me, Brian. We'll get you cleaned up. I went down there. I worked with him in the San Joaquin Valley and Fresno and shit. And man, that was so fucked up living in Visalia and working in Fresno with a swamp cooler and no AC. I was cured, brother. A month of that and I fucking didn't give a shit. I said, I'm going home and I am never going to touch fucking drugs again. That speed anyway. So I come back and everybody's treating me different. I've been gone for a month. I vanished. I show up all of a sudden. I'm back at the shows with, all my hippie band friends. I knew it's Tahoe. All the musicians, we all know each other. We all see each other at gigs and shit. We'd all go out back and puff down and I would bring fucking meth, for certain people and be like, hey man, do me a good drum solo tonight, bro. And he'd be like, yeah. And that dude, he's a buddy of mine now. He plays with, what are they? Some kind of a funk band. Anyway, he got weird on me. Everybody got weird on me. They thought I got nabbed and went to jail and became a narc, right? Because I came back and I'm like, oh no, man, I'm gonna pass on the meth. Like out of nowhere. And I was the guy, you know what I mean? I'd show up and we were all doing it, brother. I'd fucking rail the whole fucking room. But all of a sudden I'm gone for a month and I show back up and I don't want to do it. I'll smoke a joint with them, but I don't want that. And I told them the story, but they didn't believe it. They all thought that I was a fucking narc. And so a lot of my friends stopped hanging out with me and I couldn't go to the gigs, I could, but they would fake friend me. You know what I mean? We'd all be hanging out, smoking a joint, and then bit by bit, they would start to filter away until I'm the only dude standing out back and they've all gone somewhere and not told me where it is. And that started feeling weird. So oddly enough, even like one of my best friends who was in a band with me for years, called the Squids in high school. We did old 60s stuff. I was, Cream and the Beatles and all kinds of shit like that. The Who. So yeah, even he bails out on me. So I'm clean. I got no job. I'm fucking back in my dad's house, sleeping on the floor in my little brother's room. And, just trying to get up and not be in the way, that kind of shit in the morning and all that. And I know a dude down the street who I had, this all kind of ties together. I had worked for him before because that guitar player who was my partner, my fucking amigo who died, had worked for him, and he introduced me to him, and I had got a job with him. And my partner quit. He's like, fuck you, George, I'm out of here. And he turns to me and goes, I guess you're out of here too. And I'm like, no, I need the fucking money. He later, see you in band practice, dude, But so I'm like, all right, I was always a good worker for George. I'm gonna go down there, see if he'll give me a fucking job. I go down there and he's like, fuck yes, I can use you, somebody that knows how to fucking do construction and it's got some shoulders. All I got is this fucking guy. And he points to this dude who's about, I don't know, 5'6", 5'7", 150 pounds, little guy, little hippie dude in a tie-dye. And he looks over at me like this. He's been working so hard. He's like, he's shaking, he's breathing all hard, and he's looking at me like George just kicked him. You know what I mean? Like a dog that just got kicked. I got this fucking guy. And he looks at me like, oh. And I'm like, okay. So we start working, and he knows who I am because he hangs out with all the fucking hippies. So he's scared of me. My ex-girlfriend told him and his girlfriend that I stabbed her. So he's like, ooh, which was a lie. It was a boob surgery scar from a boob job, and they fucking perfect scar. And they, come on, you know what I mean? Anyway, he's scared. He don't know what to fucking make of this dude who's, this big old fucking guy who he's heard stabbed his girlfriend, and he's a fucking narc, and he's a smoker and he's doing drugs, and he's like fucking worst dude ever to work with, right? So he's shitting. I get in there and I kind of, George kind of puts me in charge because he's basically a laborer. And I'm like, okay, man, let's move on. Let's see what you got. What do you know how to do? And blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, that's okay. We'll do this. Blah, blah, blah. And I'm kind of going easy on him. And I could see he's trying to work real hard. I could tell George has been like cracking the whip on him, because he's trying to lift more than he can, work hard. And I'm like, whoa. Chill, take it easy, bro. I want you to work as hard as you can work. And, don't sweat it. I'll help with you. We'll get it done. And I treated him like a human and fucking didn't tell him he was fucking weak and didn't have no shoulders. And I talked to him positively to get a positive work response out of him. And it worked. We weren't friends or anything. I just needed him to fucking do the work I needed him to do, as a good bottom guy, a good laborer. So anyway, eventually he starts asking me, so dude, I got to ask you, are you fucking crazy? Like, what do you mean? Did you fucking stab your girlfriend? Are you a fucking narc? All this shit, right? And I'm like, what? And I'm like, is that why everybody keeps fucking leaving when I'm around? And I'm like, holy fuck, that's some fucked up shit. So I laid it all down for him, and I told him everything, and I told her that the ex-girlfriend is an idiot. Don't you see she's got fake boobs, you dummy? That's a surgical scar. No, I've never stabbed anybody in my fucking life. Thought about it, but never did. And next thing I know, we're at his house for lunch, which was down around the corner, taking some bong hits on lunch break. And I'm like, yeah, fuck, this is nice. We called it the Sunshine House. It was right on the meadow at Trout Creek in Lake Tahoe. He was renting a room there. So eventually I worked my way back into the community that already knew me, but thought I was a narc, through a total stranger who loved me like a brother, because this employer was beating him to death. And when this employer would show up, I would tell George to fuck off and get out of here, because he's no good to me when you talk to him like that. And then he'd be like, who's the boss here? And I'd be like, you, but you're fucking it up. And he turned to his wife and goes, do you hear this? And she'd be like, yes, you should fire him. And I'd be like, well, you can fire me if you want, but then it'll just be you and Kevin. And he would go, just get back to work, right? So I'd be like, then just go the fuck away. Quit fucking him up. And I protected him. And then later on, I befriended his wife, and I prompted her to become something of herself, and stop collecting welfare stamps and try and get a job. And she moved into some great jobs in Tahoe with the rehabilitation center there, and then on to the county and the city. And now she's happy as can be in Hawaii. They're not together anymore. He went down another road, but through those two, they loved me. The total strangers met me, knew who I was, were like, oh, you are not the person we were told you are. And then they went back and told everybody, these are all lies. Brian's not that. And all my friends, welcomed me back, and I'm back. And I know them all. And Tahoe is very small. I mean, it's small. I mean, there's probably at any time 60 or 70,000 people there, but it's a transient town. So the core is very small. Like my graduating class, I think, was 200 and something people, 250 maybe tops. Not a lot, pretty small. We all know each other. We all went to middle school together. There was one middle school. We were at different elementary schools, but even then, you have your group from elementary school that you've known since elementary school, and these people all the way through high school, and then them when you're at swim class with your daughter and their daughter. It's just fucking like that. I mean, I don't know if you guys have ever heard of Glenn Plake, that crazy fucking dude who did all the Warren Miller shit with the crazy mohawk. He was a skier. He was a 4-edge guy, not a snowboarder. Back when the skiing footage, the wild not even X Games. It was like a dude would get dropped off from a helicopter on a mountain, and Warren Miller would film it. I don't know if you guys remember those days, but Glenn Plake was the guy. And, there I am at fucking, I don't know, 30 years old, going fucking, hey, Glenn, did you ever think you and me be fucking sitting here looking at our girls dancing in a fucking dance recital? Nope. You know what I mean? At no other time would I fucking be hanging out with Glenn, really, because my skiing was limited. I wasn't crazy like that fucking dude. We didn't know each other, but we knew each other because our kids knew. You know what I mean? It's just, that's Tahoe. That's just Tahoe. And so, I mean, I could go back there now and I wouldn't even need a motel. I could just make some phone calls and I'd have a place to stay. I don't do that because when I go back up there, I catch a lot of shit. If people find out I've been in town and haven't told anybody, that's one problem about going back to a small town, is hundreds of people will want to see you. And who the fuck can do that in a day or two? Nobody, So come back down here. I leave Tahoe, I have a kid and all that shit, get married, divorced, kid. Decide to leave. Hated the fact that it was small, and my ex-wife had such control over what I do. Rest her soul too. She recently passed. So I left stupidly, away from my daughter in Tahoe, which I now would love to be in, or at least the Sierras. But anyway, I came back down here, started working down here for a while. I had 2 places, and my music pretty much at that point was acoustic guitar. I wasn't really playing bass. I didn't play bass for years. We're talking tens of years. Once I picked it back up, it came right back to me. But I was playing acoustic guitar for a long time because I was down here and I didn't know any musicians. I didn't join any bands. I was just working and living just myself, a dude. I had family here. I had a couple friends, but eventually I started so my neighbor played trombone. I hear him blasting away on the trombone, and I mentioned, hey, I used to play trombone. So we became friends. And his son was also a trombone player for the Blue Devils here in Concord. I don't know if you guys have heard of that band, but it's a very prestigious marching band. They do a lot of parades and stuff, and they're top quality marching band musicians. And his son was just a kid, Dynamo, in the Blue Devils. He is now in the Marine Corps band as a tuba player, I think. Anyway, he was going to the local junior college here. They had a program for to teach people what it was like to be a rock band and to be have stage calls and a stage performance and that kind of thing. It was not new to me, but I didn't know anybody. He said, you should just come out. You know, a lot of people, they need you. He's like, these people are beginners and they try to form bands. And there's always a band that needs a drummer or a bass player or a guitar player. And I played all that shit, right? So I go in there and I'm in the late end of a session. So I'm not allowed to participate, but I'm allowed to sit in there. It lets me sit in. And so all I can do is really talk about what I've done. So it's all talk. Here's this new guy. Nobody ever sees him play. He's all talk. He plays, bass, drums, guitar. He used to play saxophone, used to play fucking piano, and all this shit. Whatever. This fucking guy's full of shit, right? Because that's how it is in music. So that session is ending and the new session is forming, and all of them are forming their new bands for the new session. Now I'm trying like a motherfucker to get into a band. Hey man, what do you need? Bass player? Fuck yeah, I'll play bass in your band. Whatever. You need guitar player? Whatever. Cool. Yeah. Fuck yeah, I got it. I got one group worked out, and then once the guitar player learns that I'm moving in on to take over his band as the new guitar player, he's like, oh, no, I want my band. And the teacher's like, well, you can't just step in and take his band. You're new, And I'm like, cool, no problem. So I go to like the main band there. That's like the class top band. And they weren't even that good, but they were considered the class favorite. And they had just lost their bass player because he wasn't moving into the next session. And I'm like, hey, I'm a fucking bass player. It's my main shit. I'll play with you guys. No, we don't really know. We're going to go with Adam, who was a bass player in one of the other groups. Great guy living in Pittsburgh. Adam, love you. A quiet bass player. He had soft fingers. I will say this, they were cliquey in that class, but the bass players were a tight group. We all respected each other, and they really respected me once they heard me play. They had no idea. So come the start, there are no bands that want me to play. There are, however, so my buddy Phil, who helped me do shit today, he's a singer in my band now. We'll get to that. He helped me distribute shit today. He loaned us the truck and he drove. Great guy. He's like in his 70s, but he's my pal. He was the guy that sang for the band where I was going to take over the guitar player. He and the drummer were like, fuck yeah, man, we're going to save our band. You're awesome, dude. Right. And I was in, and I was friends with these two guys. And now the way it worked is you'd be in a lot of bands because people needed guys. So like that drummer was already in like a few bands. Right. So come the next session, nobody asked Phil to join a band with them, because he's the old guy in class. He's like in his 60s. They're all young. He wants to sing Frank Sinatra. You know what I mean? And I love him. He's an Italian guy from Jersey. I fucking love everything about the way he talks and acts. And he's fucking great. Right. So anyway, we're instant friends. He's shit and he's turning to me and he's like, fuck, man, this is it. This is what I like to do. And now I'm not going to do it because nobody's going to let me be in a band. I said, Phil, I got you, bro. I ain't gonna let you not be in a fucking band. Look at those two dudes, those two new guys right over there. Let's go talk to those fucking guys, see what's up with those guys. One of them's a drummer, one of them's a guitar player. Hey, you guys want to start a band? You want to be in this class? Let's do it. He wants to sing. I'll play bass for you guys. You can play guitar. You can play drums. The teacher goes, you need to have 3 songs down in 3 days. We're playing for a cancer benefit. And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, 3 songs in 3 days. I'm like, okay, no problem. The drummer goes, I'm out of this fucking class. He bails. So I'm stuck with this singer who nobody wanted. Great guy. By the way, he does great Credence. He does some Fogerty well. Anyway, and this new guy on guitar, he looks like Mr. Clean. He kind of looks like you, except he's my size, bigger than me. Huge fucking grin. He's from Florida. He got a drawl and everything, right? Yeah, man, let's fucking do it, dude. You know, and he turns out he's a Master Chief in the Coast Guard. Yeah, that's a big deal. So anyway, that drummer that was in the band with him just helps us out, and he joins our band, and we make it. We do 3 songs in 3 days, and those guys become my fucking pals. That Coast Guard guy and Phil from New Jersey are fellows with me today. Fuck, you know what I mean? We fucking grow shit in his backyard. We split weed, you know. So Master Chief ended up going back to Florida, and Phil and I started another band, and I play guitar in that band. We let my stepdad step in on bass, and we've been going through drummers, so we don't really have one right now. We're not really practicing, and I'm so busy that I haven't had time to really. We go once in a while, but in that band I play guitar and harmonica and piano, and it's fun, you know. But I'm really a bass player. I'm kind of faking all that other shit. I mean, I'm not, but you know what I mean. I can't play leads like fucking Larry does, man. I'll play some rhythm. I'll be the rhythm guitar in Catatonic, but maybe some melody notes, man. But whatever. And that's kind of where I'm at right now. With this COVID, I haven't been playing much. I tried to inspire myself. I bought a talk box. You know what that is?
I do not. What is it?
Okay, so we all know Frampton Live, right?
Oh yeah.
Wow, 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 wow. Do you feel like that's a talk box? What it is it's a. I'll explain it to you since I know what it is. A talk box is a little mini amplifier in a box with a speaker in it. That speaker, when you plug your guitar into this box and then out of this box into your amp, and you bypass it to play through your amp. Bump, 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 bump. It's your regular guitar through your amp. When you click that talk box, stops going to your amp, starts playing through that little speaker. You can make this at home if you want. You can take a funnel and a piece of fucking surgical tube to your fucking house stereo and do this. So you do a little funnel over that speaker, and then you put it into a tube. Have you ever seen Peter Frampton? He's got that tube in his mouth, right? And he's chewing on it, tied to his microphone. So the way it works is the speaker amplifies your guitar through a tiny little speaker, makes it sound like a tin box, goes through the tube into your mouth, and the acoustics are created by going. So there's the amplified sound comes through the tube into your mouth, and you make it go wow, wow, and your microphone picks it up through the PA system. It's not even going through your guitar amp. It's trippy.
Wow.
So that's a talk box. So I bought one of those. I bought a cool new tuner pedal fucking bitching thing. And I even got when my grandpa died, I got a fucking 1966 Gibson F-hole. I forget the model number. But fuck, you know what I mean? And I haven't even played it yet. I don't know what's up with me. It's either a funk from COVID, which has kind of been that way, or I'm too busy with all this other shit. You know, like I said, I'm growing like we all were, and that was the start. But then I started perpetual, and that increased it. And then I started breeding. Well, not really breeding yet, but for lack of a better term. And then I started content creating with all this shit I'm buying, you know, and let's face it, I don't know if any of you have looked at my shit, but a lot of it's a fail. It's not like I'm succeeding. I'm showing you how to not do it, but it's probably the best way because I get, you know, a million people chiming in going, hey, try this, try this, try this, you know, so I haven't used my M60 again yet because I've been so busy. I've used my Levo a couple times. I am going to buy an extract craft so I can make some RSO, and I will be showing that on Instagram too. I'm gonna get that shit now while I got the money, you know what I mean? Because it ain't gonna last forever, right? I'm gonna be a poor man again real fucking quick probably. So bought a new car, did my Ganjier, got a few toys, helped the homeless. Hey, we're solid with that. You know what I mean? Maybe we can put a little bit aside and hopefully get a fucking house, but that ain't gonna happen around here. I was thinking maybe Grass Valley area, but where I'm at, I mean, shit, the rents are, we're going to be moving into a house here, and I'm going to have to get a place with AC. So I'm looking at a minimum of $3,500 to get a 3-bedroom, 2-bath.
That's is that for a monthly 3,500 monthly there in Cali?
And then you got to pay your, your fucking water and your garbage. So it's more like
That's
4,000,
crazy.
more like 4,000, I mean, shit, I go 2 towns over and that 3-bedroom, 2-bath will turn into a $6,000 rental on you. Yeah, it's crazy. We could go into the city, man. Fuck. Go rent a fucking condo on one of those high rises and you're going to be paying 12, 15 a month, It's a beautiful view, and fuck, who wouldn't want to live where you can look at the whole of San Francisco? But fuck that.
Sounds like you've had yourself pretty spread pretty thin, but all in positive ways, man.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, so okay, it's sad. My grandpa died. We were tight. But it just coincided with my dad died a little while back ago, and we've been holding on to the house because my brother and my nephew are living in there, save some money, So I'm like, fuck it, bro. Live in the house, send me a couple $100, get yourself situated. Now they bought a house in Grass Valley. We sold the house finally. So those two things kind of happened at once, and it's allowed me to stop doing construction because I'm over it, man. It's giving me anxiety and shit. And I'm sick of doing electrical and plumbing and drywall and fucking, I mean, I'll do all that shit for myself and my friends happily and my family. But I'm tired of doing it for people who don't really care about me, I mean, because I'm a sick dude. Let's not forget, we all grow medicine because we all usually have a problem. Not all of us just want to get high, right? As I said, I've got stomach issues, which is why I'm trying to find some beta caryophyllene. I'm sick a lot, and I can get sick and have a bout with my.
I can't hear you. I don't know if it's me or if it's you, bro.
Did this pop out? That is it back?
Probably me. Definitely me, bro.
Everybody else hear me? Can everybody else hear me?
Yeah, they can hear you. It's me. I can hear you now.
Okay. Hey, buddy. What were we saying before that?
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Shit happens, man. God, fucking stoners. I forgot what we were just saying.
Well, I'm still having a little bit of trouble here. Just one sec.
I could maybe change my mic.
No, it's me. My
Is it?
headset went goofy or some shit. Yeah, I can hear you. They can hear you.
Yeah.
We're good.
So, I mean, and I got to say, the FAMS is amazing. You all know this. I'm not telling you anything, but you guys are all like family. It's just crazy, man. I could see any one of you guys on the street and be like, hey, motherfucker, get over here and give me a hug. You know what I mean? I just is what would happen. It would happen. And then it'd be like, well, let's hang out and eat some food or something. It would just be that way. Seeing one of us somewhere, anywhere, like, fuck, dude, I see you all the time, but now I'm seeing you, that kind of thing. And I talk to all you guys more than I talk to my family, my real family, or even fuck my friends for that matter, like, regular friends and everything. I spend all my time over here, and that's cool because, ultimately the goal here is to, I know some people don't like this, but I don't want to do construction anymore. I want to grow weed and find a way to make some money doing it. So eventually I'll be selling some seeds, and I'm going to create content. I'm going to have a channel, too. I do have a channel, but there ain't shit on it. I probably won't do like you guys all do where, everyone just sits around and chats, maybe once in a while. I'll probably try and, I don't know yet, maybe do some grow hack videos or just, different shit here and there, not go crazy with it. I know I won't be able to not cuss, so it'll be one of those fucking channels, forget about any monetization there, but whatever.
I think people appreciate the realness of that. You know what I mean? It's more the regular guy type feel. You know what I mean? I think a
And
lot of
really,
that draws.
really the only two guys that can pull it off are fucking Pigeons and Chris, Mr. Grow It, because they're like that nice guy Canadian thing to where that's really them. You know what I mean? When they're like not cussing, you can tell that that's totally normal for them. Whereas for us, we're like, sorry. Oh, sorry, little kid. We're all got sailor's mouths, especially your group. Jesus, man.
I think what you said about basically the community and stuff like that. I think we're right there with you. There's so many of us that relate to the cannabis community greater than we have family in a lot of cases, friends that we deal with, workers and stuff like that. We come here for a reason, and it's the plant, and we find other bonds outside of the plant that go, hey, there's something that we have multiple phases here. And
We
I don't
do.
know, I don't
We
and
know. No, I hear
it's a
you.
great place.
You're right, man. You are right. And it's like, I don't know. Everyone is so much kinder. And I don't know if it's because I don't know if you all feel like this, but we're all in a kind of a pseudo personality or this is and I'm not going to say facade because we are who we are. We're being real, but I'm sure we're not letting it all hang out. I mean, you're not seeing me at my worst when I'm yelling at some stupid C word behind the wheel of his car because unreasonably, I'm yelling at somebody like a maniac. Nobody sees that, but it's in there. We all see a kind of a polished version of ourselves, and we can almost allow ourselves to be that here. You know what I mean? It's not like we're even being fake. We're being this now. We're all focused on this cannabis thing, and we're this person when we're doing cannabis. I'm Rasufa over here. In my real life, I'm Brian, but you all know me as Rasufa, and that's who I am. And I prefer that you call me that because that's the name I chose to be unique and to make people remember who I was. And that's it, man. It's just like a video game handle. My video game handle is the True Uza. And that's because I was the buzzard in high school. And I just took the B and the RD off of buzzard and became Uza. That's the buzzard right there. The buzzard sits on the dad tree. That's my dad used to draw this on all his cards. So that's his character. This was drawn on me in like 10 minutes by my artist. And then that's my little brother up there. Where is it? Do you see a Woodstock somewhere?
Sure do.
When he was a kid, so he got a different mom than me. He's a blondie. When he was a kid, he was like this tiny little body with a fucking gigantic head and blonde hair that would be all in the back, right? Just like Woodstock. And he'd walk around with the fucking thing in his mouth, And so we called him Woodstock because he looked like fucking Woodstock. So I put him on the tree with my dad's memorial years because the three of us, when my stepmother left the scene, I basically raised my little brother from 13 to 19. I was the parent at home while my dad worked, and it sucked, because we're 8 years apart. And I missed a lot. But it is what it is, so the three of us were tight, me and my dad and my brother. It was the three fucking bachelors for years, man. So that's the meaning of that tattoo, I have another brother too, an older brother, and we visit them a lot. My girlfriend and his wife are thick as thieves, man. my girlfriend now, my family loves her more than they love me. I don't think I'll ever be able to trade her in. It's a shotgun wedding, and my family's holding the shotgun.
Oh, that's funny. I've never heard it like that.
We
That's
want
pretty.
her. It's funny. So, what time do we got going on here? We've been talking a while, huh? Shit, man, we got
Almost
3 hours in. We are not quite to 420 though, are we?
No, no.
I think we should let everybody in so that they'll all be here for 420. You want to wrap this up and open up the
That
WeDo
is
world?
complete, man. I told you in the beginning, man. This is your hour, man. You're in charge,
Dude,
of what.
I've been going for 3 hours, bro. Everyone's probably sick of me. They probably
Oh
want
man, I've been love the stories, man. I can identify with you and your stories so wholeheartedly, man. Chat's been fucking loving this as well, man. I tell you what, the Metallica story made me think of that era. When I first started kind of really smoking pot on the regular. You know what I mean?
yeah,
I
man.
had a friend of mine. There's this chick that a similar kind of. So there's this. At this point, I'm living in a trailer park. All right. There's this hot, beautiful chick, Carrie, that everybody in the park,
Wants.
obviously,
Right.
yeah, just beautiful. We're finding any reason to hang out with her. And right. So we're over there smoking pot, and her older brother fucking comes around. He don't come around like once a month or whatever. He's like the super cool guy, I guess, you know what I mean? The older cat, you know what I mean? And he's super big into his stereo equipment. He's the first cat Polk speakers. The
Oh
first
yeah.
time I ever real big Polk speakers and shit, and fucking he comes in and same kind of shit, man. He pulls that Metallica in the way you described it too, and we're all like,
Is that the intro
and it,
to Master of
yeah,
Puppets?
yeah, you can fucking feel that shit down the speakers, man. That's what back in the
That's
day. That's
Master of
how.
Puppets, right? Where it's
Yeah,
all
yeah.
no, I'm thinking of battery. I'm thinking of battery, bro.
No, I don't think so.
Against the
It's no.
battery.
I don't think so. I think you're right, man. I really do. Either way, man, I fucking that time that's just what you did though, man.
Yeah.
Sit
Oh
in between,
yeah. Oh yeah.
smoke shit.
And of course,
The
that during that whole speed metal time, the influences were shit, man. Like fuck, I was listening to Jason Newsted before he ever got into Metallica. He was in a band called Flotsam and Jetsam where he was really allowed to fly and be a superior bass player. Did shit way better than anything he ever did in Metallica. And they clipped his wings. And I used to copy him too. I did a lot of bass chords copying Jason Newsted. And like the guy they got now, Robert Trujillo, they basically cut the dude's dick off. I don't know if you've ever heard Suicidal Tendencies, right?
oh fuck, I got a
Okay.
huge suicidal tendencies right here on my fucking
Well,
side.
then you
The
go.
one
There you go. You know who
fucking
Robert Trujillo is. So let
yeah,
me ask you this: did you ever listen to Infectious Grooves?
yes,
So you
absolutely.
so you know how badass Robert Trujillo is. And he's over at
Yes.
Metallica going, it's fucking sad, but true. You know, fuck you, Metallica. You know what I mean? I mean, look, I love Metallica and everything, but to me, they're kind of getting, some of their shit is cool. They've kind of sold out and they're dicks. They just act like dicks all the time. I would much rather go see a Megadeth concert with 1/3 of the people in there and 10 times the fucking badass music, you know? But back in the day when we were listening to all that shit, it was like obscure shit like Sacred Reich, and we listened to a band called Rain, and we were into Metal Church and Testament and fuck, dude, you name it, Exodus. We were just fucking meddling out back in the days. And then we would get a bunch of indie tapes from all the bands that we would play with, you know. We'd give them our shit and they'd give us their shit. It was really a cool time. It's too bad drugs really fucked it up, you know. And it was kind of an accident, because when we first started this metal group, Chris and I, well, we told each other, look, man, we don't want to be like all the other metalheads that we know, and I'll speed it out. So let's not get into the methamphetamine move, you know? Fuck yeah, bro, we're going to be straight. We're fast anyway, which we were, because we were both really good and synced up like one brain. So we're wailing. Don't need speed at all. It just so happens, like I told you my history, people I know, you know, and I meet somebody when I'm visiting the Bay Area, and they're like, oh, you've done this? You've done this stuff? What about this? Does this stuff sell up there? Can you move this stuff up there? And then it was on. So basically somebody asked me if I could sell pounds of crank and weed, and that's what I did for fucking years, you know, and played metal. And it wrecked us, you know, and it wrecked me. I mean, today, because of methamphetamine and alcohol abuse, I have I'm basically recovered, but I have bouts and I have attacks of pancreatitis. I had pancreatitis, and it fucks with me hard, and I have a peptic ulcer that comes in those, and I have shit that they just don't know, man. You know, like my guts are fucked up, and I can eat the wrong shit and I'll be in bed for a week with crazy pain. And I do that because if I go to the hospital, all they do is put me in bed for a week and put me on liquid, and they call it bed rest or bowel rest, and they don't feed me anything. And they, you know, they give me painkillers, which is nice. But I'm not really an opiate guy anyway, so I can go without painkillers. You know, just basically tough it out. But it gets so bad that painkillers do help. I mean, the pain's excruciating. And I know what pain is, because for me, a 10 was when my appendix exploded in my body. And that was about the most painful thing I have ever felt in my life. It was crazy. It was fucking crazy. That's what happens when your dad walks into your room and finds a bunch of bongs and thinks you're on drugs all the time. And you're trying to go, I'm fucking sick, take me to the hospital. And he's going, what drugs did you take? And you're going, no drugs, something's wrong. I almost died. I'm almost not here. I was like 30 minutes away from it. I almost died when I was 17.
Yeah, it's a matter of time once that bursts.
Oh yeah.
Right?
They're like, had you not come here, you not finally listened to this kid and brought him here, he'd have been dead in another 30 minutes. Which I'm sure weighed on my dad a lot. We never talked about it, you know. I'm sure it bothered him. Whatever, you know. So in my room at that time when I was in high school, everybody got busted with their pipes, right? Because skunk smelled. Your parents busted you all the fucking time. So people had to get rid of their bong or their pipe. Well, in my room, I had one of the walls had a built-in shelf thing. You know what I'm talking about? And I had two tapestries in my room. One was the Swan Song, and one was Van Halen with David Lee Roth on it, right? So one of those was over that. I forget which one. And my dad walks in my room one day, and I'm like, closing that thing real quick, right? He never checked it ever. Never looked in there, just thought I had a tapestry hanging over it. He's like, go over into this fucking room and get that for me. And I'm like, oh, fuck, all right. And I know I'm done. And then I hear him yell, and I come back in my room, and he's looking in there, and he's like, what's this fucking opium den in my house? And it's just weed, right? It's just, and he smokes weed. So he's just being a fucking dick, right? And I had like bongs and pipes from like 5 or 6 of my friends. So when he opened this, there was like my pipe and like 5 other pipes and some bongs, and like It looked like a fucking opium den, even though I wasn't using all that shit. I was just storing it. So he thought I was heavily partaking in substances, and thought I was on drugs. So listen to your kids when they tell you this fucking spot right there fucking hurts. Don't go, what drugs are you on? Fucking say, oh shit, that's your appendix. Get in the car. Or the other side, whatever fucking side it's on. It's gone now. They took that bitch out.
Yeah, I'm sure that would leave a pretty guilty feeling. None of us like to think that we could have almost lost, a child.
You know,
I could.
I got some issues with my dad, but I gotta hand it to him. He saved my life. Like I told you what I was up to at 9 fucking years old. Imagine where I would have been in high school had I stayed down here. I probably would have been a drug dealer and, all kinds of shit.
Life has it's a way of working its a way out. I say that the hustle, the school of hustle that I grew up with, man, because I've had pretty crazy. It's few people's like yourself that give me the courage to maybe someday to tell my story.
Statute of limitations, man. Let them come chase me. I don't do that shit anymore.
They fucking but man, it's that hustle that that hustle to get you through life. That you learn more in that hustle than you'll learn at any college, and that can be applied to like anything in life.
Yeah.
Sure. I don't regret, no regrets for that knowledge I had to learn. That whatever. But Three Amigos thing, same thing. I kind of me and my brother were dropped off, we'll say, on my brother's dad's porch when I was 6 and he was 4. And so from then on, it was pretty much the Three Amigos. That's all we ever knew were the three, you know what I mean, watch each other's back and shit like that. So I can relate to that as well.
There's a great freedom in that when it's a father-son dynamic, because there's no women. I mean, and there's not saying that that's wrong. I mean, we all love women. God bless them all, from the shortest to the tallest. But when you're hanging out with your dad, you got, you can cut a fart and no one's gonna freak out, you know what I mean? Or you can all go, ooh, that chick's hot. No one's gonna freak out or whatever, you know what I mean? Or you just can be yourself, you can let your guard down when you're with your old man. If you got a good relationship with your old man, and I did, I mean, I had issues with him because he made me fucking take care of a little kid for my whole teenage life. But before he died in his older years, as I became an adult, shit, I mean, I was a dad at 25. So it didn't take me long before he and I were great friends, and he was grandpa and hanging out with his granddaughter and loving life, so we're fine. I mean, we had some tough words before he died, and I carry that with me a lot. It's one of the things that keeps me awake. My brother, the reason my brother was in that home to begin with is he was helping my dad, because I was down here established working, you know what I mean? My brother had just fucked up back in Colorado in a DUI or something and kind of needed somewhere to go anyways. He's much, my little brother is much calmer and less intense than I am, and less apt to snap than I am. So it was a good choice. It was a natural choice for him to be there to help my dad while my dad was sick, because eventually he was on oxygen and couldn't leave the house. And so that was going on. But I forgot where I was going with that. I started talking about my brother, and it just reminded me that I need to talk to him, and because I love my brothers, you know. I need to talk to them both. But anyway, I'll get to it. It threw me off my train of thought there.
It can be a tough boat. Uh, I can very much relate as the older brother. My brother's 2 years, 2 weeks behind me, and without a mom and a full time parent working, uh, I was. It was hard to be that person because I found myself at the parties with my little brothers yelling at him for swearing and doing kind of I'm doing, you know what I mean? Kind of playing the parent role, but
Well,
I don't know.
you were at least close enough to experience things together. I mean, so the way my family goes is my mom had my brother when she was riding around, like I told you, with the red and white. Um, got pregnant, wasn't much of a prize after that, was no longer with the red and white. My dad swooped in. He was an older guy. My mom was like super fucking banging hot when she was 20. And he's like, look at this hot fucking chick. He's a hippie painter, photographer, long haired dude. He's all suave and debonair, cool, mellow, like my little brother. You know, they're like twins of each other almost. And my mom said he just swept her right off her fucking feet, and he scored up the hot little chick with the gigantic beehive and the little baby, and then made me. And so I got the same mom with my older brother and a different dad. And then he left. They got separated, and my dad married another woman and had my little brother. So we shared the same dad, different mom. So it's weird, you know. I'm kind of in the middle, but with that separation, my little brother is 8 years younger than me. So at 13, I had a 5-year-old to take care of. And at 19, I still have an 11-year-old to take care of. So my days of going to a party with my little brother were non-existent. I had to be home to take care of him and then feed him and make sure he was bathed and shit like that, and cook for him and then stay home. You know, I couldn't go out. I didn't have a normal teenage life. I did when my dad was home or he was off, and he'd be like, why are you always leaving the minute I get home? Well, think about it, dude. You know, I fucking take care of a 5-year-old, bro. I want to go play, you know. And when I was 19, I want to go hang out and party with my friends, you know. I don't want to sit here with an elementary school kid all day, you know, which I did, but whatever. Hey, it is what it is. You know what I mean? He needed my help. I helped him out, but he was much younger than me. So there wasn't, like, the closest it got was people started hanging out at my house because dad was at work, right? So everyone else's parents were at home, but it was Brian's hanging out with Paulie. Everyone knew little Paul, you know. He's fucking 8 years younger than all of us, but everyone knew him, you know, and he'd always be hanging around and we'd be smoking a fucking doobie or whatever. And I remember probably the first time he got high. He smokes now. He doesn't do it too much because he's a big manager in Target now and shit. But I'm getting him some edibles and stuff, and I'm helping that tincture I just made was for his daughter who's got Tourette's. Anyway, he's sitting in the room. We're in my bedroom, and I got like 3 or 4 boys in there, and we're probably only smoking. This is before skunk. We're still smoking like those days. We're still smoking Acapulco, and well, probably not. A little later than that, you know, the early 80s, late 70s. You know, some Thai. There was shit like that. There were some new exotic things, but it was just out of the brickweed phase. You know, there was some shit from Hawaii. There was some things, but they weren't that skunky Mendo shit yet. But we're in my room and we're probably smoking one of those. It wasn't brickweed, but it was a decent weed, and we're getting baked. And my brother is probably, so let's see, we left that house when I was, shit, my brother must have been like fucking 6 years old or something, man, just a little kid. And he gets this look on his face, right? This nervous look. And I'm like, you all right, man? And he's like, I don't know. And I'm like, do you feel funny or something? And he's like, yeah. And all, of course, all my friends start laughing. Oh shit! He's got a contact eye. The fucking kid is high, and I'm scared, right? Because I'm responsible for him. And if fucking my parents come home and he's all, I'm dead meat, you know. So I'm stuck. I got fucking bunch of people partying in my room, and my little brother's all fucked up. So I walk him over to his bedroom and I lay him down, and I'm like, I'll come check on you in a little bit, you know. And I just kept going back and forth between the two rooms. But he held it like a champ, man. He sat in there tripping out for his first, and it wasn't like we blew a bunch at him. He caught a little bit of smoke, you know. I don't know. Who's to say? Each person is their own experience. How fucking high he was as a little kid, but he looked scared. I felt bad, you know. I felt bad, but he just wanted to hang out with us, you know. He didn't want to be locked out of my room when I'm in there with all my friends and shit. Just a little kid. Now he's a grown up. Now he's grown up with babies and shit, but those were different days. My cat will.
Did he end up smoking? Is he a smoker
Oh
these
yeah.
days?
Oh yeah. He's a smoker. He's a smoker. And you know, things got better. He wasn't always a little kid that I had to tease all the time. You know, he once he became a teenager and I was out living on my own, I would, you know, we had much more fun. I could come by and pick him up and like race around in a car with no lights on, stupid shit like that. You know what I mean? And just give him a wild time and get him stoned and take him out and fuck him up and, you know, take him home, that kind of shit. Yeah, we're good friends. We're good friends. I was rough on him, you know, because I had a real rough childhood, a real rough childhood. I don't want to get into any of it, but a lot of fucked up shit happened to me, and it kind of made me a little fucking rough, you know. I'm definitely, it's taken me a long time to become the person that you all see now. And I gotta say one thing, CBD has been a major help for me in that arena. I take a tincture every morning. I take about, I figured it out at about 35 milligrams. It's not a lot, you know. I just take a dab it in the morning underneath my tongue. And I initially started taking it thinking it was going to help with pain. Didn't get a lot of that, although it may be doing that. It may be more subtle and kind of hard to find that. I noticed, and I didn't notice this until another friend who was taking CBD said he noticed it about himself. And then I went, huh, you know what, dude? You're fucking right. Same thing with me. And it just kind of made me calmer, and it lowered my anxiety levels. And I'm not talking like a terpene thing here, because there are definitely terpenes that can lower your anxiety levels. I'm talking CBD, the cannabinoid CBD, strictly the, you know, between the acid form CBDA and the oxidized, I believe, volatilized, whichever it is, CBDN. That CBD in the middle there, where it's actually a decarboxylated acid cannabinoid that we have turned into, you know, what it is once we burn it. That shit helps. So I grew ACDC. I don't know if you guys saw the pic. Some of you may have outdoor. Oh, I do. I think I grew it indoor too, because I pollinated it with Jack Frost. So, but I grew a pretty big outdoor plant. They were short. They were meant to be indoor, and I'm always experimenting. So my pore grow is ever changing, and I'm always trying different shit just to see if it'll work. So my methods are not tailored in any way other than my pollinating methods, my male methods, my collecting pollen and pollination methods are pretty solid with that. It's going to remain the same. But the grow, I'm still playing with containers and airflow and, you know, temperatures and dialing in lights and everything. Can't wait to get the bigger one set up so that the little stuff is all just can stay like it is right now. It's all experimental chambers, and it rotates. So I flower males in the same room that I flower females, but I do it on a schedule, and it has to be on a fucking schedule, and you have to be very diligent about neutralizing spores afterwards. Each time you deal with the male or open it to water it requires several applications of water everywhere. And it's not just, you know, around the tent. It's all over that tent, all over the other tent, on my blackout screens. I use blackout screens. It's one of my hacks, because we all know tents get pinholes. You can go on Amazon and get a blackout screen for 35 bucks or a pair of them that will completely wrap your tent and done, you know, so it's easy. But I spray all that, spray the carpet, spray the walls, spray the furniture. When I pollinate out here in the living room, sometimes I bring them out onto the table so that there's less pollen being any pollen drift going on in the room. Just try and keep it all out here. I'll put a plastic sheet over the table, and I'll do them on the table, and then I'll even spray water on the carpet out here in the hallways and the ceilings and everywhere a few times. And I do get a little drift. I notice it like in there right now. For example, there's a Durban poison in there that has been pollinated. It's got two branches pollinated with itself from pollen, its own genetic pollen from its own genetic for seed stock. Those aren't for anybody, because that's not fair. That's just like me taking MSNL's Durban poison and taking it to another filial generation. I can't give that to you. That's theirs. They could do that, but I can keep it for myself for seed stock. So that's on there. And I also crossed it with DJ Short's blueberry F5. So that's 4 branches, but I noticed on another bud that's fairly close proximity to those pollinated branches, I did find one seed pollen starting in there. I didn't look real close. So it happens, you know, because I have to isolate the plant as I do it. So I put bags over all the branches. The way I do it now, I put bags over all the branches that I'm going to do, so that they're sort of protected from any drift that's going on while I'm doing it. And then I shield the rest of the plant that's going to remain flower to smoke. Then you remove one bag, you pollinate it, you spray everything, all the bags and everything, then you bag them and you seal it. At this point, you could be losing bags if you're using the paper bags that I use. I use the white baguette bags to cover a pollinated flower so that light can still get through and some air. Obviously, if you put it in a plastic bag, it's going to be fucked up. So then then if I've moistened all the other bags too much, you know, you'll leave that. You don't want to leave them there soaking, because if the water soaks through and gets on the flower, it's going to neutralize that pollen as soon as it gets on there. So you got to be kind of quick with all of it. You get that guy sealed, you can either pull those 3 and put 2 new ones on and start on the next guy. It's all got to be very systematic, and you have to pay attention, and it just all has to jive, or else, you know, those 4 branches will cross each other, right? So like with this one, I had 2 for one and 2 for the other. So I had 2 branches out, everything else. I had the rest of the plant shielded, and the other 2 branches separately shielded than the rest of the plant. Did the 2, sprayed everything fucking down, covered them up, sealed them, they're tight. Got rid of the bags on the other 2, did their fucking pollen shit, sprayed bagged them, sprayed everything down, and then proceed to do the whole fucking room and that whole thing. And shit, I've already done 8 this year. We're in February, and I've got 8 cooking right now. I've got, 2 seed stocks that aren't going to be for anybody but me. I got some DJ. So basically what it's going to be is a DJ Short Blueberry F6 when it finishes. There wasn't a ton of selection done for it. I basically selected one of 3 males and one of, I think, 3 females. Because I didn't want to pop all those seeds before I left for my vacation. I saved a bunch of those. I don't know what's going to become of it, but they're there. You know, I also crossed that blueberry, his blueberry, with MSNL's blueberry. I'm going to work on that and make that my blue. I also crossed his flow with that Jack Frost pollen that I have from that original Jack Frost guy. And that pollen is questionable. The viability is questionable because he's been around a while and I've been storing it and it's gone in and out of the fridges and stuff. It makes less and less seeds every time I use it, but it's still making seeds. I think it's going to make seeds this time. I still have some of it. I will keep using it until it stops making seeds. That flow, I also put, what did I put on there? I didn't want to put MSNL's blueberry on there because DJ Short has already put his own blueberry in that flow. What else did I put on it? I think I might've put MSNL's Durban Poison on it, on that flow. So I'll have some flow times Jack, flow times Durban Poison, MSNL's Durban Poison. And then those two Durban Poisons have their own seed stock on it and DJ Short's blueberry. So I got to go in both ways. I got the Durban Poison on the blueberry and I got the blueberry on the Durban Poison because I keep the males, you know, and I get that pollen. So I'll flower a male in a 2x2 and I won't put the females into flower, you know, even though I technically could because I'm neutralizing so much. I prefer to wait a little bit so that I can actually spray even the female flowers while I'm neutralizing. So I'll like start my male and most of them start dropping in like week 3.5, but a real long strain might take like 4 weeks to start dropping pollen, maybe a little longer. So whatever it is, you time it so that you have collected enough pollen, it has dropped enough and you have collected it and cleared that tent and cleaned it while the females are no later than say a week into flower, maybe 2 if you really want to push it, right? Because at that point, those pistils are not ready to accept pollen. That plant needs to be in like maybe in early week 3. It's not, you know, week 3.5 is a solid mark for week 4. Through week 5 through week 6, it'll accept pollen, you know. But I shoot for week 3.5 to week 4. And at that point, by the time week 4 comes around on a flowering female, I have already removed the male, collected his pollen. It has been in storage. That tent has been neutralized many times. The female tent has been neutralized in and out. The room's been neutralized many times. The actual female flowers have been sprayed and neutralized. So that, you know, every time anything happens, I spray those flowers, and you can spray your flowers with these LEDs if they're dimmable. I don't get that kind of burn. I'll dim my shit all the way down and I'll apply a spray. You know, oils are a little different, you know, they're kind of sticky and they magnify differently, but I'll go ahead and do any kind of water spray with the lights down and just leave them open and let them dry out and then turn the lights back up and they're neutralized. And by that time, you have pollen ready to go. You know, it's been kept neutralized. So any spores that have landed on it are immediately wiped out. If you're good about it, if you're diligent, you know, you can't just go spray and it's done. You need to fucking spray everything, man, you know, and it's a lot of work and a lot of water. I mean, when I do a spray down after say I open my male tent to water the male, that's the biggest problem because I collect with foil trays underneath my male around the container and on the container. And I use a 6-inch because I don't need it to be big, right? Like I said, I've been experimenting with 6 inches to see how small I can actually keep a plant so I can sift females, you know, grow a bunch and go that one kind of thing. So they need to be small. Anyway, when I open that tent and lift that tray, that foil tray that's on the pot, just the slightest ding against the stem of that male is dropping pollen because week 3.5, week 4 on a male, he's just like opened up and just letting it hang out, man, you know, just filling up and just shit's flowing everywhere. So I try to be careful. In the tray I lift up, shit's moving around and you keep very little wind in a male tent So I basically only exhaust. So when I'm growing the male, he doesn't really open up until about week 2.5. His first little pods might open, and you'll see a little bit, tiny bit of pollen. Pretty easy to deal with. Nothing on your trays yet. It's not really dropping, not much. It's like it'll be on a leaf or something like that. So at that point is when you cut out your fans inside and cut out. And it sucks because, you know, we know plants like circulation, but this plant's only going to be alive for another 1.5 weeks, 2 weeks. So I cut those out so that the pollen isn't just being blown around by fans, so that it can fall straight down onto the mats. And I do a minimal exhaust fan just so that the smallest amount of air exchanges at all times. And you just let that baby rock. And he gets a little funky because he doesn't have airflow really, you know, and you don't crack the 10 or anything, but it doesn't matter. It's all about a 2-week period, you know, where he's just going to open up anyways. You can take that male branch. You could have a flowering male, cut a branch off that's full of male flowers before his flowers have opened. Stick that branch in a cup of water on your windowsill, and then within a week it's going to do it, because he's on his roll already, you know. That's his thing. He makes the flowers, pretty soon they just fucking open up. So the light cycle doesn't have a tremendous effect on that male. So you can put him in your window, and whatever light from the kitchen and the light outside will just make him do his thing. It doesn't really you don't have to keep him on this, you don't have to keep that branch on a crazy 18 or 12, you know, light dark cycle for it to open up and drop some pollen. Of course, we can't do that with our females, but males are a little more, it's like I said, so you get away with stuff. I turn my fans off, and, you know, and you can fuck with the lights, and it'll still open up. It's on its way. It's doing its thing. So it's been pretty fun. It's been pretty fun. I am obsessed with males. I fucking, you know, the minute I find a male, I go to the calendar and I go, okay, what's the schedule like? So I was not going to flower DJ Short blueberry male before I left. This last year, I wasn't going to do it. It ended up being this year, I think, early in January, but whatever. We started growing them last year. The reason I decided to do that was because of my friend THCV that I told you about, cluing me into the fact that my Durban poison is actually crossed with the Dutch skunk. And I don't know why I didn't see this before, but then I, you know, looked into I guess it's because I just assumed it was Durban poison, and I was going off information that I knew about real Durban poison, that it was a landrace sativa, it grew tall. You know, it was a 12 to 14 week strain. It was kind of a mind high. I can't, psychoreactive. What's the word I'm looking for? I can't think of it. But anyway, it wasn't like a body high. It was like a head high. I knew those things. And so I guess I didn't really read the description of it, which is an 8 to 10 week strain variety. When I researched it further, I found out that almost every Durban poison variety that you will get from anybody offering it to you, anybody that's holding a Durban poison variety, is holding an 8 to 10 week strain. It is not a true Durban poison. It's not a 12 to 14 week strain. So armed with that knowledge, I went back to my calendar, because like I said, we're going to be going to a wedding, and I needed to wrap up the room. And it was set for a 12 to 14 week run. And I was going to have to put the Durban into flower at said date, and it was going to finish right under the fucking mark, and I was barely going to be able to cure it. Well, fuck, I just gained what, 4 possible weeks from now. It's a 10 max instead of a 14 max. I'm like, holy fucking shit, I just gained a month. Well, I only, like I just told you, I explained how I schedule pollinating males and females. I only need a week and a half, 2 weeks, right? Easy. Push off the flowering of the fucking Durbans for 2 more weeks. Flip that fucking male blueberry, let him do his thing. By the time he drops my pollen, my girls are now in week 1.5, right? They're only 2 weeks behind. So they're still going to finish weeks ahead of time and give me time to harvest the seeds, harvest the flower, cure them, dry them and cure them. And my dries go quick. I'm in this apartment. I have terrible drying conditions. I can't keep my house at 60 fucking degrees, right? Yeah, we can get it down to 68. My girlfriend's okay with that. But you start adding some fans, they generate some heat, bodies generate heat, my tents when I dry in them tend to be about 70 degrees and the shit goes in like a week, and keep that humidity where it is. And I've been washing my buds that were outside because there's so much shit on them out here in Cali. And I'm not sure I'm going to keep doing that. I will say that the buds I'm smoking that I grew outside and washed from the last time, which was actually last spring, when that grow broke down, that with the partner, I had to move all those inside plants outside. And that was like March or April or something, right? Wrong time. So I built like a makeshift greenhouse and they basically just survived there at the size they were and didn't really stack on much, but we got smoke out of it. And I washed it with a 3 bath wash that time and this time. Because of sprays and everything and caterpillars and shit, you want to get it all off, and it does come off. I will say that both of those are two of and all of the varieties that I washed were all those smokes were some of the smoothest fucking smoke I have ever smoked, to where I didn't even want to I just puffed it, man. Super smooth. But I'm thinking that, and it could have been in my quick dry, but I'm thinking that the wash is killing some terpenes, is like letting some terpenes gas off into that water, because the terps are, while they are there somewhat, they are not there strongly. I'm not getting high terp levels out of that shit that I'm washing. It's still stony, but we like the flavors, man. I do. Anyways, I like flavors.
I found that a little bit myself that it is a slightly less terpy, but then again, I know other growers that wash and seem to claim no difference. I've
Really,
smoked their cannabis, yeah, and it's
it's
good.
smooth.
It's loud, yeah.
Yeah.
It's every bit as terpy as
Huh.
you'd think it would be.
Hmm.
So
So it must be my drying that's I'm losing terps on. Gotta be. I even noticed some of my
could
indoor
be.
shit kind of was less terpy.
Those maybe it could be the roughness of the wash. I don't know. Because we obviously, like when you wash some bubble hash, anytime you dump that water, there's obviously terps in that water.
For sure.
So
My
you're
bubble hash
definitely
turned out weird
losing
this year.
some of the water.
It turned out weird. But so part of the problem is when I use these machines, I tried them out for the first time. I used material that I got from Oregon from another uncle grower. My niece brought it to me from her other uncle up there in Oregon. Real boofy shit. It's been sitting in my closet for a long time because I had my flower, you know what I mean? And I was covered. I was like, okay, we'll experiment with it. And it was, fucking £1/4 or something like that, 2 different varieties. So I used it to test the M60 and to test the Level oil. The M60 failed because I ground it. I didn't put it in whole buds. Didn't know that. It came out like shit. Some people said they would have smoked it, but I threw that shit out. because I didn't care about that weed or what happened. It was an experiment. You know, I let everybody tell me what they would do. And I had like 12 fucking suggestions of temperatures and times from all the IG people, you know, from different IG people. And we ran everybody's shit. And frankly, the 165 temperature, I forget who was that told me about that. I'd have to go back and look. That was the one that did the best. But anyway, that didn't do too well. The Levo worked. I used that boofy shit, which wasn't a very good flavor, but it made a infused oil, and it didn't work for the gummies because it wasn't strong enough, like I said, but it worked great for brownies. I'm using that shit to make brownies for a buddy of mine who had a stroke. Another older guy. I hang out with older guys because I don't know. I just get along with them better. When I was growing up, I never really hung out with dudes my age. You know, sometimes I did, but you know, I get along just fine with the older people. So he and I did some work together. He was one of my subcontractors, and we were instant friends. So we've always been friends. But he had a stroke, and he's all fucked up. And he tells me he likes to eat a half a brownie and one of those gummies I gave him and get all fucked up and watch TV. Because he's in a wheelchair some of the time, and his arm's all fucked up. And so, you know, shit, his big thing is when I pick him up and we go out to lunch, we cruise up to Davis for some all you can eat sushi. There's a spot up there, like $25, all you can eat sushi, and we in that college town, and we pound down, man. My little Japanese buddy. So I make him brownies. He's stoked on that, you know. I'm making CBD tincture for my niece and actually trying to make some shit to help some people. I hope it works. I made a big ass fucking jar of a full 2 cups of that AC/DC stuff. It turned out way better than the last time. I was using my flour for 1. I didn't grind it up as much for 2. I loaded the pods looser for 3. I didn't cram them full, because I guess you can cram, like, if you really wanted to jam them full of weed, you could get a full ounce in those 2 pods, 14 grams each. The second pod is a hack. There's really only supposed to be 1 pod in there. The other hack that people do is they put down a French press screen in the bottom, and they don't use the pods at all. So I don't know how they're decarbing, because the machine decarbs for you. It'll actually dry too. You can take wet weed, put it in these pods, stick it in the machine, hit dry. It'll fucking dry it at a certain temperature. Then you hit the activate cycle, which is a decarboxylation cycle. It does that for a minute, decarbs it. You open it up and you can just smell decarb weed. We all know what that smells like. And then you pour in your fucking oil and you hit the fucking infuse button, and bam, all in one machine. It'll fucking do it all. The Levo oil is awesome. My next thing for that is going to be some butter. So I bought a bunch of butter, and I don't know, cook with it, you know? Fuck, who knows? Put it on your toast. Shit. I'll experiment with it. Oh, shit. I can really eat some edibles. So I'm going to do that, but it's not giving me, I like gummies. I really like gummies. And Smokies is my favorite brand. By the way, the last gummies I made were not strong enough, and they were kind of oily because I used extra oil to double the percentage of THC, or, you know, milligrams, whatever you want to call it. Just still wasn't strong enough, and they were just they were just kind of greasy. And so I've decided I got to go for the extract craft, so I can use like RSO in those gummy mixes, so that, you know, a 1/4 cup of RSO is gonna fucking light you up, you know what I mean? So when I make a batch of gummies, they're gonna be, I can take my dose eating 1 gummy, you know. I can take a 50-60 milligram dose with 1 fucking gummy. The other mistake I made was buying 1 milliliter gummy molds. Don't do that. They're like that fucking big, and they take forever to fill, and they're just not big enough, you know what I mean? I was eating like fucking 20 or 30 of those fucking things just to feel like I had a mouthful. So I don't know. just weird. I'm probably gonna get rid of those. I might keep them for Christmas or whatever, you know, little treats. But we live and we learn, and that's why I put all that shit on fucking Instagram, to be like, so people can see me being kind of transparent, you know, and see me fucking up just as much as I'm doing right, you know. Like my plants look terrible right now because I fucking overwatered them and shit, but they're chugging along. My 2 little flows look really good in that tent, actually. Those 2 look pretty good for being in 6-inch pots. But the one Durban, you know, I overwatered it, so it locked out. And then the one next to it, I thought I was going to push it a little hard here in week 6. And I gave it 75% of a nutrient schedule instead of 50%. And it didn't like it. It's, you know, it's got some toxicity going on, but whatever. The flowers are still growing, and I really only care about the seeds. I don't know what's happening to me, but all I give a fuck about is the seeds. I'll even like steer the plant towards seed production. Like when I do an open pollination, I will flip those flowers to 18-6 right after that pollen sets, within a few days, you know, like, no, maybe a week. Let the pollen set in and then flip it right over to veg and let those buds freak out and pump them with regular nitrogen input. Don't let it go down. And you just push them right to the edge and your seeds finish. It's actually kind of nice to do a full pollination on a plant, because you can do that and then push that seed crop to finish weeks early. As it is now, with only partial branches being pollinated, I have the choice of either nutriating, or however you want to say it, feeding, providing inputs for flower or seed. Last time I pushed kind of towards the seed and I fed no flush, you know, right up to the end, and the flowers, they're okay, you know. This time I think I'm just going to roll through on a flower roll. I'm just, you know, I've dropped the nitrogen down. I pushed the P and K up. But I did too much in the last one. Whatever. I get weird stuff in my water with the changing of the seasons. There's times when my water can be over 8 pH with 300 ppm, you know, loaded with salts, depending on the tide in the delta. You know, it is what it is. So it changes throughout the year. I'm still learning that curve too. I'm finding that the pH comes down a little bit in the wintertime. I'm assuming that since the delta. So we all know what California looks like, right? So I'm trying to do this the right way to you. Like that, right? And San Francisco is right over here. San Francisco Bay right out on the edge. So at that bay, the delta, as we call it, is the Sacramento Delta. It goes all the way up to Sacramento, and it goes out to hell, you can ride the river. If you do a boat right, you can get all the way into Petaluma on a boat. And they used to do it back in the day. They used to get out of their boats and walk along the levee and tow their boat with ropes into Petaluma, and then get the deeper water and actually have commerce up there. So that delta provides water for a lot of people. It's brackish. In the summer, it's lower, and a lot of sediment comes up. In the winter, it's higher, obviously, and there's more water and less salt. So I guess, it's just my guess, it changes. I know it changes here. I notice high. Well, I can't say I actually notice it, because I haven't gotten a water test, and it's probably done, because I probably could ask my water company. But I just seem to operate under the impression that there's some form of calcium in the water already, because it just seems that way. When I pump full calcium into my plants, they're not happy. You know, I keep it around, I don't know, 60% recommended. And I had recently gone up to 80% of recommended, because when I overwatered the Durban poison, it showed me a calcium deficiency. So I bumped it up just in case it was a calcium deficiency and not a lockout, but I'm thinking it was a lockout from that too much water, maybe even an anaerobic activity going on in the bottom of that container. I'm using big roots soil, and I'm noticing it's great stuff. First off, when you are transplanting a seedling or a clone or whatever into its next home, that shit makes them take off. I notice it kind of wears out a little quick, probably around week 3.5. It doesn't go 4 weeks. I waited 4 weeks and got deficiencies. My stuff's coming back out of it now, but there was definitely magnesium deficiency and some phosphorus deficiency, judging by the purple stems and petioles. But whatever, they chug through. I've noticed that the soil gets a little hydrophobic at the top when you let it dry to its full drying point. And it also, I'll probably add more pumice. He uses pumice as his drainage. I don't really want to add perlite, but maybe I will. I don't know. I could even use rice hulls or vermiculite or something like that. But I might add some more drainage because I notice it's been getting wet in the bottom and drying. You're doing the knuckle test, and I got long fingers, man. I'll stick my finger all the way down there. It feels dry, but plant's still wet down there. You get that anaerobic zone down there, which of course none of us want. So I don't know. I'm figuring it out. A couple guys told me to try butt chugging. It's a thought, it's a thought.
When you water, how much runoff are you getting?
So I go for, I usually go for around 15%, but sometimes as much as 25% when I'm doing runoff. When they're small, I don't always go for runoff. So like when I first go into my 3 gallons, they were obviously in a 6-inch, right? I'm not going to water in a half a gallon into that little 6-inch that just got transplanted, right? So that's a gradual thing that increases as the plant gets bigger. With the 6 inches, I was experimenting, and it bit me in the ass. I was experimenting with a water to no runoff, just enough watering in to feed the plant, trying to find that mark, which was a tricky game because they dry out quick, right? And then I overwatered one of them. I'm kind of ADHD. I'm not diagnosed, but all the signs are there, and I do fucking stupid shit. I blow it all the time. I just make huge mistakes. See, well, I don't even remember what I was saying there. It doesn't matter. It's getting on fucking 420 anyways. It is 420. It's fucking 420 right now, bro. Isn't it? No. It's 320.
Just after.
It's 320.
321.
320. We're good. We got another hour.
They still count it.
Do they count it?
Anytime there's a 20. Anytime there's a 20, they're like, yeah, let's fucking smoke.
All right. Well, so I think we need to let everybody in for 420 though. I want to do that. We've been talking plenty. Everybody's heard my story already. I appreciate it, dude. This has been a great time. This has been a great time. I really appreciate it. And I can get chatty. I
appreciate you coming, man.
I can get chatty.
Yeah, I've had a great night, man. Great stories, man. A lot, like I said, a lot I can relate to. I've said it in chat a few times, man. I like this guy, man. He's a good dude right here.
Thanks.
If you go back, I'm not lying. You go back, you can read the chat. I've said, many times I've said some nice shit about you.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
I don't usually say that a lot unless I'm really fucking enjoying it. My time with that person. So
that's awesome. Man. Fuck yeah, dude.
And I'm very much looking forward to seeing you around the Weed Nerd world.
Yeah, man.
More often. So basically, this is how it works, man. You said you watch the show, but so you've done your time in the spotlight. The Zoom link that I have sent you is the same link for the Weed Nerd World.
Yeah.
Anytime that you see Weed Nerd World, you can just click that, come hang out, smoke. There's
Awesome.
no, hey man, come hang out. It's strictly, I want to go fucking hang out. You
Right
know,
on,
you, I
man.
think you get the feel. I don't govern that, man. I'm
Yeah,
just
yeah, no,
clicking the
no.
button, going, yeah, come on, man, come
Yeah, no, no.
on.
It's always a good chat too, and all the guys are in there with you too. All the fucking same people I talk to and all the other same fucking chats. I mean, it's a fams, man. And everybody's let me come right in. I know I'm a little bit intense and I kind of make myself known, but that's just me. Everyone's been real cool about it. Uh, I can't say
Oh
enough.
man, that's another thing I can relate to in your story is uh the tradesman. I'm a carpenter by trade. And see, I started growing weed a long time ago for myself, but once Michigan let me start growing legally, you know what I mean? I
Drop those
looked at that.
bags.
I was like, man, fuck this shit, man.
Yeah.
I was tired. That was the routine, man. Every
Hmm.
day, man, work 12, sometimes 14 hours a day. I cook. I do all the shopping. So a lot of times, man, there's that time you do your day, you
Hmm.
come home, you smoke your weed, you let your fucking back hurt, you have a cup of coffee, you regroup, and then you go right back at it, man. And at some point you go, I just want to enjoy the day without hurting. You know
Yeah.
what I
I'm
mean?
too
I just
old for
want to do
this.
something I love and
Yeah.
fucking not hurt. I don't think that's greedy. I don't think that's fucking taking advantage of something good, man. This is the cannabis dream, and we should fucking all try to fucking enjoy it, try to make a living whatever way
I
we
think
can.
we are. I think a lot of us are. I know Stoney's been talking about it. He and I have been talking about it a lot about, he's a tradesman too. And we're old guys. I mean, fucking, we're in our 50s, man. So this shit hurts us, now. We're not young anymore. And he wants to make a move into the industry too. And God
You
bless him.
know,
More power to him.
I'm glad to see another musician, man. There's quite a few in the community. And me and Stoney's talked about this several times. And, there's a nice campground up here in northern Michigan. And man, I would love to do like just like a music camping weekend where just like a jam and smoke,
Yeah.
man. It would be fucking amazing.
So we used to have a
People,
thing in Lake Tahoe called meat cutters. So it started out, there were a couple local butchers back when there were butchers, and they were meat cutters. And they would camp right down by Blue Lakes out over in Alpine County. But they were all Tahoe guys. But what they would do is they would all get some select cuts of meat and they would all go meet each other out there and they would fucking make killer fucking flesh on a campfire and camp and bullshit and drink and hang out. Well, it grew. It grew into the hippie community that's up there. And eventually it grew to a point to where there was like 500 people at this. And so there was always, it began to be a music thing. And eventually we bring generators and amplifiers and the whole thing. And at nighttime was band time. And it grew to a point to where my band was going to be there. There were 2 stages. It was a terrible idea because it was a very hippie, peaceful, kind thing before. And then you let another stage happen where all the metal and punk rock happened. And there was a skate ramp over there. This was all outdoors. We're all camping near Blue Lakes. We have a fucking erected a stage with lights and generators and a skate ramp. And you fucking name it, dude. We had it all out there. But of course, in our section where the heavy metal was going on, people were bringing fucking pit bulls and there were dog fights and people getting bit and fights and stealing. And, it turned from that cool hippie camping vibe into this rowdy skate rat, pit bull infested, dangerous place to be. It was just, and that was the last time it was big like that. Then it got shut down. We stopped doing it. People got hurt. And then it got reopened by some friends of mine. And the meat cutters weren't involved. And it was all hippies. and we would still play. And a couple times I would like go get my truck and run out to the Loafer Mansion and get amps and shit and get Cosmic Freeway to play and stuff. Once in a while I bring my guitar out there. I'm not a super comfortable campfire guy, you know. I like to practice my shit and get it worked out. But, you know, I had my times around the campfire. I'd say my best one was one of the later ones. The crowd had changed. All us old folks wasn't all us old folks anymore. It was our kids and shit. You know, all our kids are fucking 20s and drinking and smoking, you know. There's more of them than us. You know, there's less of us, and they're all fucking a bunch of them, 20-year-olds and shit. And so I'm at the campfire playing, and I'm kind of eclectic, as I've told you my style. So on my guitar, I didn't know a bunch of Jerry Garcia and fucking Grateful Dead like my friends wanted to hear. You know, they wanted me to come out and play some fucking Warren Haynes and shit, you know, and I don't know, you know, sorry guys, I don't know any Fish or String Cheese Incident or any of that kind of shit you want to hear. And so I was almost more of a hit with the kids. Like when I played You Got a Friend in Me by Randy Newman from Toy Story, they fucking shit their pants. These fucking 20-year-olds were jumping through the fire, and they were all saying, "You got a friend in me," fucking every single one of them, and screaming. And it was pretty cool, man. It was kind of cool to see the changing of the guard, I guess you could say, you know, from the old hippie crew to the younger kid crew. But we don't do it anymore. Those girls moved to Hawaii. God bless both of them that used to put that on. I have to get out there and see them. They're my girls. They would put up, and you know, I would help them. So I was the guy that'd run out there early with a chainsaw and clear the fucking road and get some firewood set up and, you know, loaded down by the fire pit. And then they'd get there and I'd help them set up the outdoor kitchen. They were just always cooking. And it was that environment, you know what I mean? And we'd have a kitchen, and we were a family that was there. Because at that point, it wasn't the big skate scene and just this known party anymore. It was private, and you had to be invited. And I was actually about the roughest character that was allowed. They were all hippies. I was a metalhead. But like I said, I had won those hippies over, and they loved me. You know, Angela, the girl who put it on, was the wife of that guy, the mousy guy who, you know, I got her to get a job and move on with her life. And we're dear friends now. And, you know, it was just a cool thing. You go there and everybody's caring about each other. And as the morning starts, you know, you hear fucking Heidi. She's an American Indian. She lives out on the reservation outside of Fernley, Nevada, where the big Amazon factory is. And you hear her sing her crazy ass meat cutter song in the morning. You know, it's fucking morning, and the kitchen's going to be firing up, and there'll be some coffee, and somebody will, you know, restoke the fire. Usually me. I was usually the guy that stayed up late because we were all old. You know, all the parents would go to bed, and they go, "Brian, will you stay up with the kids and make sure the fire gets put out?" And I'd be like, "Fucking all right," because I don't sleep, right? And they all know that. So fuck, all right. I'll fucking sit here and babysit all your kids, you know. And you can't just be the one to make sure the fire's out. You got to keep them from stoking it, right? Because they want to party until they're ready to just crash. But they want that fire nice and hot right up to the last minute, you know. And there's always that guy who's out there until 3 o'clock in the morning. And he's like, "I'm fucking cold. I need another log." And I'm like, "No, dude." And he's like, "Why?" And I'm like, "Because you're going to go to bed in 5 minutes, and I'm going to be sitting here for 2 hours waiting for this fire to go down, because that's what you do. You know, you don't walk away from a fire." And I got to put everybody to bed. But, you know, it is what it is. I'm like the only guy out there with a piece on his hip, you know, and they are not scared of me, you know. I don't walk around with it all the time, but when I'm going out to shoot, I have it on me, and they know that I have weapons and fucking assault rifle and a shotgun and all that fucking shit, but they're not scared of me. None of them are like that. But they get to dip their toes. Like, you know, these little hippie kids, I'll be like, "All right, who wants to go shoot?" And they're like, what? And I'm like, yeah, let's go shoot some fucking guns. And they're like, whoa, man. And I let them shoot big shotgun and a fucking, well, what looks like a machine gun. It's semi-automatic, but it's an AR, or a 45 pistol or a revolver. All those shoot differently. They're all a different experience. I have got a lever action cowboy style rifle from my dad, a 35 caliber that'll knock you right down. I mean, shooting it will knock you down. It hits you in the shoulder like a shotgun hits you in the shoulder. I love that gun. It's fun, and get a couple brave hippies out there. Most of them are like, I don't want to have anything to do with those things. You go around camp, go, who wants to go shoot? Oh, not me. Fuck no, get the fuck away from me, man. I just want some fucking mushrooms or whatever, But once in a while you get somebody that wants to do it, and then their eyes are like, whoa, man. Because I don't know if I'm sure you've probably shot a piece. That first time, man, when you feel that power, it's pretty fucking amazing. Pretty fucking amazing.
Yeah, it can be addictive, that's for sure. And expensive. Some of them, to the rounds on some of them are expensive these days.
Oh, my 35 repeater, every time I pull the trigger on that, $1.
Like $5, is it?
$1. $1 a shot, just over $1, because they don't make it anymore. I gotta press my own if I want them cheap. They make them. Remington, of course, still makes a 35 cal, but it's a 35 Remington. I don't know whoever makes it, right? But it's expensive because it's obscure, which is probably why my dad owned the fucking gun. He was he wasn't a gun guy. He probably saw it on sale and went, cool, I can get a cowboy gun because he was a cowboy, he was a cowboy hat and boots kind of guy. He just liked the way it looked, didn't realize that, 30 years later, I'm going to fucking have to pay $1 a shot to shoot the gun, but it was his. And I loved that, it's not anything fancy. I think it's a Marlin or something even, but I love it. I love that fucking gun.
They're nice guns.
Yeah, I actually, so I had the 22, a Marlin 22 from him that was wood, but it was my older brother said it was his, right? He said dad had bought it for him, but he kept it at the house. And I vaguely remember something to that effect. But it came into my possession when dad died. He balked a couple times, oh, that's supposed to be mine, So I'm like, fuck it, bro. Here you go. It's yours. And I gave it to him. And I went out and bought a new Marlin that's composite black 22 long rifle. It's one of my favorite weapons. Shoots like a fucking champ. It's right on the fucking money. I can go out and shoot it all day for about 17 cents a fucking pop. Well, back in the day, you could buy 1,000 rounds like it wasn't a big deal, right? They didn't go, oh, he's going to do a mass shooting because he's got 1,000 rounds. No, dude, I got 1,000 rounds because I can pop 100 rounds at the range in about fucking 10 minutes. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to go to the range and be done in 10 minutes after I fucking paid my money to do all that. I want to go have some fun. So when I go to the range, I got bags, bro. I look like I'm headed for the Matrix, son, and I'm dropping fucking bags down and I'm pulling out rifles and pistols and I'm having some fun. And I'm there with about 500 fucking rounds at least, because I'm going to shoot all of it, man. When that bell fucking rings, I'm going to have every clip loaded for that 45 and I'm going to fucking get them all out during that time, fuck it. But, but you ask anybody, what the fuck does that mean? Anybody listening right now, I could tell you, if you didn't know me, but you knew that I had 7 or 8 guns and about 6,000 rounds, you would think I was a fucking Columbine dude, right? Or whatever, like I'm hoarding a fucking Waco, Texas move or whatever, No, it's because I own 8 different weapons and they all are different calibers. And there you go. You don't put the same bullet in every fucking gun. Duh. you know? And when you're like me and you're a fucking enthusiast, you don't buy it 20 bullets at a time because you'll go fucking broke because they'll charge you fucking $25 for those 20 bullets. You go buy 1,000 so that you can get it for $400. That's how it's done. So, you know, it ain't about me being ready for zombies, but I am when they get here. I'll be chopping them motherfuckers down like nobody's business. And I'll be posting up friends. Be like, hey, when the shit hits the fan, get your ass over to my house. We'll post up. I got a weapon for you. I'll show you how to fucking use it. There's your window.
Nothing wrong with that, man. Nothing wrong with that. That's for sure. I used to work for a cat that's what he Fridays. That's what we did.
Shooting.
That's what we did. We'd be at Gander Mountain and we'd be like just holding spots for ammo and shit. It'd just be like, it's what we're doing today, guys. You know what I mean? You want to go pound nails or you want to go stay in line with me? I'm buying lunch. All right, let's go. Sounds like a good Friday. We're getting off early, right?
Shit, I wish I could stand in line and buy that much. I had to buy all mine mail order and then they took that away.
Oh, this was like 12. This was right around 12.
Something is up here. We are having
When
puff
we
code
thought the world was gonna end.
2000 Y2K.
12. Yeah, no, 2012.
Oh yeah, that bullshit.
2012.
And then they go make a fucking movie about it to like get us all more freaked out, right? It was all right movie. I liked it.
Yeah, it was good. That was, I mean, say what you want. 12 was a good year. I thought 12 was great.
You know, after 2008, 2000 year construction. So you remember what 2008 was like?
Shitty. Yeah, that's when they
It was
changed.
it was pretty fucked up for about 5 years for me after that, you know, because it's expensive where I am and it's hard to make it, you know what I mean? So it only started getting good for me construction wise again. I don't know, last 6
Them
years or
were the
so.
fucking fire job for us up here. Them were the fire jobs. Fire jobs, and I worked for Verizon subcontracting, cutting the tower buildings in half and putting in generators. It wouldn't have
Wow.
been for them two jobs right there, man. Construction would have been, well, fire jobs, yeah, they were basically construction, and the rest of it was that tower job sucked, man. Talk about a brutal beating on the body, man. Seriously, man. It was a tough day because it all had to be done. We were traveling at a good distance and we wanted to knock it all out in a day. We did it, you know. We all had our little niches. One guy would be cutting holes in the fucking building. One guy would be filling holes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
Me, I would be inside building in fucking so the inside wall that I had to go and assemble had to be steel studded. It had to be double 5/8 drywall on each side and FRP. So that was my job. Get there, that the fucking build the wall, double
FRP.
drywall on
You're
each
talking
side,
about that
and
that
FRP.
that 2-inch shit. That 2-inch
That's
thick.
like it's like a fiberglass board that
Oh,
you can
okay.
wipe
Fire
down
resistant panel. Yeah, you
chemical
put it
residue.
in delis and kitchens and shit like that. I know what
Yeah,
you're talking
yeah,
about.
yeah, yeah.
I got you.
So that had to be the topping of the after the two layers of 5/8 drywall. So it was kind of a tough day, but man, the beat and I was in good shape, but we all agreed working around that time was headaches, massive fatigue from being around them towers every day, man. And we could like take a week off and feel fine, man. Go back to that towers and whew,
Like
be fucking
radiation
beat down
poisoning,
physically.
some kind of
Yeah,
radiation
yeah.
poisoning.
They can't even when they go into them towers, the people that work on it, can
Yeah.
only work 2 hours on them towers tops. And there's the logbook right there. And we're in there fucking putting 10, 12 hours in at the base of the building, you know. It's rough. It's a microwave, basically. It's
And
what
nobody cares. Nobody cares, bro.
cares.
That's why I'm out, man. Right. So, like I was telling you, I'm sick a lot, right? All my clients would be like, oh, calling me. Oh, we're just calling to see how you're doing. We hope you feel better. When do you think you can get to this thing? Right. That's how all those calls would go. Since I told all them I'm out and not doing it anymore, not one person has called to check on my health. And I've been sick to where I've been working on their shit. And I'm like, I can't come for a week because I'm not going to be able to get out of bed. You know, I know it. All that is
I've
bullshit.
talked about this, brother. And this is very true. There's a fine line there where you can make that jump, if you will, because fucking your body gets used to that, man. They
Oh
fucking you
yeah.
keep doing that and keep doing that, and then all of a sudden you stop doing that, and your later age, man, your body locks up. You don't want to do that no more. You're just starting the
Tell you,
decay practice
I am
at
feeling
that
that.
point.
I am feeling that. I've noticed that because I'm pretty in shape and I'm a really fucking strong guy. But I have noticed since I've stopped working in the last few months that I am not as strong a guy as, you know, and I'm not going to the gym anymore. I got to get back into something, you know, because shit, man, it's that work that is what kept me young and in shape, you know. To find something wrong and be a big old fat fuck.
I think the young thing though, I'm still quite the big kid at heart, and I I take a lot of heat sometimes for being stupid around the house and fucking being you know, I'm like I said, I'm a fucking kid and I
Yep.
don't care. I've said it many times, I ain't never growing up. But I think looking back, I think it's that experience of the three guys there in the house and having to look out for the little brother. Now it's like I was an adult
At a young age.
growing up. Now that I'm, you know,
I
a
feel
little
you.
bit older, I'm doing it fucking things my way, man. I want to have fun. I want to, you know, fucking, jeez, let me breathe.
I like that. I like that. I like it. Sounds legit to me, man. Sounds legit to me. Hey, listen, I really want everyone to be in our 420. So how do we do that? Do we just let them in or do we finish?
No, we're gonna cut this off because
Okay.
you know, for
I'll
one
come
reason or
back.
another, I don't want, you know, I used to do it, we'll let it run over, but
Mm-hmm.
then there's a couple episodes that got tagged and taken down for stupidity
Mm-hmm.
in the after. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And
yeah,
I
yeah.
want your episode to hang on its own, brother.
Okay.
So
Okay.
one quick thing before we go, and
Okay.
that's the soundbite.
I
In
got
my
it, man.
words,
I got
you
it.
know it.
I know
All
it, man. I
right.
watched the show. I watched the show.
I'm ready when you are, brother.
Aloha, Canafams. You're listening to Rasufa on fucking Talking Shit with the Eagle.
Yeah, nailed that shit. All right, you guys know the deal. We'll see you in just a few moments in the
Be
weed
right
nerd
back.
world. If not, hopefully you guys know. Do something nice for somebody.
Oh,
Random
you
acts
better
of
come back,
kindness
man.
do save
We're about
lives.
to 420, guys. Everybody should be there.
Right on. I agree. All right.
Fucking
We'll see
thanks,
you in a few.
Eagle. Appreciate it, man. Love it.
Thank you, brother.